First practice of the week for the Buffalo Bills yesterday as they get ready for the Kansas City Chiefs, and Gabe Davis was on the field. The Bills activating Davis from the practice squad IR, so he is now on the regular practice squad. The Bills can elevate him 3 times, including this Sunday if they want to. So Davis back on the field for the Bills. On the injury report from yesterday, good news on Matt Milano and Terrell Bernard. They were both full participants at practice yesterday. Jordan Phillips and Shaq Thompson were both listed as limited. No Josh Palmer at practice, and kicker Matt Prater was also limited. He was listed as having a right calf injury. No Ray Davis or Daquan Jones at practice yesterday either. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. James Cook named AFC Offensive Player of the Week, going over 200 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Carolina Panthers. Sabres in action tonight. 7 o'clock against the Boston Bruins in Boston. Jordan Greenway expected to make his season debut for the Buffalo Sabres. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Thursday Night Football tonight between the Dolphins and the Ravens just after 8 o'clock. And in Game 5 of the World Series, the Blue Jays win 6-1, had 2 home runs in the first 3 pitches. They take a 3-2 series lead. They can win the World Series in Toronto. Game 6 is on Friday night. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Join WGR and Bud Light for Buffalo Football Friday Happy Hour. Schopp and Bulldog broadcasting live this Friday from 3 to 7 p.m. at Neighbors Pub, 337 Kenmore Avenue. You'll have a chance to win a Josh Allen jersey. No purchase necessary. Courtesy of Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus.
Clocks go back on Saturday night ahead of Bills Chiefs. Hey, everybody. Happy Thursday. Good morning. 6 a.m. We're going to have some fun today. Our old buddy Carrington Harrison, who talks Chiefs, at 8 o'clock this morning. Funny story about him. Like, we have him on the show all the time during Chiefs weeks. There's a lot of Chiefs weeks. And
there are a lot of Chiefs weeks.
We're at the point where I don't call the station or text the producer. We just text each other. And he even texted me, I think last year after the Baltimore game, like, looks like we're at it again, like back to it, you know?
Yep.
So I texted him this week and said, like, all right, would love to get you on 8 a.m. if possible, not a 9 a.m. window. You know, it's earlier in Kansas City.
Yep.
So we booked that Thursday at 8. And then his producer texted me and said, hey, can you come on? And if you want, we can get you Harrison. And I said, I already booked him. Like,
it's already
we're
done.
already set. He and I are just
way ahead.
We can sort this out. So Carrington Harrison, 8 o'clock today on the Chiefs and what it is they've got going on ahead of Bills Chiefs, as it is Thursday. Is it the longest week ever? The Chiefs played on Monday.
I feel like it's usually quicker when it's Chiefs week.
Same.
Yeah,
and
I think it moves fast. Like, it's already Thursday?
For me, it feels like I can't believe it's not Saturday yet.
Okay.
It's already Thursday. Maybe it's Halloween that's doing it.
Or maybe this is the first regular week after a bye week between games.
Okay.
Like, that could be doing what's happening in my mind, there's another week coming before they play the Chiefs because that's what just happened with the Panthers.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know why it feels like it's going quick.
Well, the Dodgers and Blue Jays are going to Game 6 in Toronto with the Blue Jays up 3-2.
Did you watch last night?
I did not watch a lot of it. I watched some.
Did you watch? Was the sum the first 90 seconds?
No.
Because you could have got the feel from just the first 90 seconds of the game yesterday if you'd watched the beginning.
What was that?
They hit a home run on the first pitch of the game. The Blue Jays did.
That's good.
And then Vlad comes up. It's already 1-0. He looks at the second pitch of the game, and then he hits the third pitch out of the ballpark, too. First 3 pitches, 2 home runs. Like, you could have turned it off right there and felt like you knew what was going to happen in the game.
It's pretty tough as a pitcher.
Oh, 2 of your first 3 pitches are gone?
You have one job.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
That's about as bad as it could be. I think it's first time in World Series history, back-to-back home runs to open a game. And there have been a lot of World Series games.
Right.
So
And then, of course, what a pitching performance as well. Just whatever. Well, Game 6, a chance to win the World Series at home.
I mean, they are the Bison's affiliate, so it's not surprising that they would have guys like this. But is this the first time in a World Series that multiple former Bisons are leading a team like this to a championship?
Maybe.
Because not in my lifetime I can remember. Part of that is the Bisons have never been the affiliate, I guess, for a super, super good team.
No, the Indians for a long time.
The Indians
and
were.
they have a very, very long drought, right? They've been there a bunch, but
they
never won it.
They never won it.
They would have been in World Series, and you would have seen maybe 97 of the Bisons, the Indians affiliate back then.
But your Savage pitched for the Bisons this year.
Yeah.
I mean, Guerrero, it's been a minute, but you got a lot of those guys on the roster.
Savage, the stat on him is he struck out every Dodger at least once.
That's incredible.
Right?
Hadn't seen that.
Yeah, he had 10 strikeouts and got everybody
once.
Yep. Everybody
Wow.
eats. Everybody eats at the Dodgers' strikeouts.
Yep.
Anyway, good morning. Did the Blue Jays write that last night? It's Thursday.
They should have.
So, where to begin?
Gabe Davis?
Sure.
I think Gabe Davis.
I think
he's the story of the day. I think
he's going to play. He's going to dress. And is he going to play? He's going to play?
I think he's going to play.
I think he's going to play too.
And I don't know how much he's going to play right away, but I think there's a real possibility that he is he's not just going to play, he's going to play. He's going to be a guy on the offense a lot. I don't know if he's going to play majority of snaps a lot, but I mean, when he was here, he was one of those guys who would always lead the team in snaps.
Yep.
So that's Coleman right now. The guy that is really occupying his spot is the guy you're probably most disappointed in on the entire offense. So I don't know, maybe this is hey, Keon, get it together because he's here now. We know he can do the job at a reasonable level. So if we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, this dude is coming in and he's playing your spot. And maybe that could be good for Keon. I mean, that could have him moving to the slot and moving to different positions that actually he would even be better in. But I think Davis is maybe going to play meaningful snaps, not just 5 routes in a game, 10 snaps in a game.
All right.
I think we're talking half the snaps type workload in line for him at some point soon.
Can I give you the hilarious stat line of Gabe Davis once the offense switched to Joe Brady?
Go ahead.
Okay, it really is. This might be good news. This isn't hating. It's not pessimism. Ready? You want yards?
So Brady takes over in the Jet game in 23.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
In that game, he goes 0.
Give me yards.
Jets 0 for 0 for 0.
Okay.
Eagles 6 for 12 for 105 and a touchdown.
Look at that. Pretty good.
Chiefs 0 for on 2 for 0.
Okay.
Dallas 0 for 1 for 0.
I mean, they threw 10 times in that game.
Chargers 4 catches, 6 targets, 130 and a touchdown.
Look at that. Yep.
New England 2 catches, 3 targets, 21 yards.
Okay.
Miami, no catches on 2 targets. He got hurt in that game and then missed the playoffs.
That's the game for the division?
Yes.
That's the game where him and Allen are not on the same page, and there's an end zone interception also in that game.
There was that was also the Eagle game where they were not on the same page.
There was an Eagle game.
It's either 0 or 100 and a touchdown.
Yeah.
And there was only one game in between where he had 20 yards. But he had multiple zeros and multiple 100-yard games.
Listen, that to me, the zeros, there were 4 zeros in there? 3 zeros?
4 zeros.
4 zeros.
And 2 100s.
What I just heard sounds like maybe an improvement over what? I mean, Coleman by yardage is 30, 11, 22, 45, 20, 26 since week 1, which was 112. So if I get a guy that can mix in a 100-yard game every third, fourth game, but he's not really going to do anything for me at all in the other games, and that is the ultimate boomer bust player, then all right. But why was some of that boomer bust? Because what Gabe did a lot for the Bills was balls down the field. The thing the Bills are missing right now. Like, that's part of why I think he was so boom or bust, especially in this offense down the stretch. That Charger game, he catches a bomb down the field. It's a broken play.
It's a broken play, and he's covered by a linebacker. But yes,
okay,
that did happen.
That did. Where are those Coleman plays? Where are the broken Coleman plays?
Right. You can't find him.
To me, yes, broken play, but that was a Davis special. He had one against Washington that same year that I remember where Allen is scrambling, and Davis leaks out late down the field, and it's like a 60-yard touchdown. Davis did that a lot, and the only Coleman broken play that I can think of is the one against the Jets last year, and it wasn't even intended for him. So, yeah, he's not a perfect player. I'm not a big Gabe Davis fan. My biggest concern is all the stuff that he would have done for them 2-3 years ago, he cannot do anymore, because if you're a downfield threat as a receiver and you're a 4 or 5 guy, which is what Davis is, those players tend to dry up pretty quickly. They don't have long careers. So I don't know what he's got left in the tank, especially after a knee injury. But the alternative at the moment is giving them almost nothing. Mm-hmm. And if I can get what I had before, I'd like to see if I can have what I had before out of Davis. Because, again, the catches he was making were in areas of the field the Bills are not hitting right now. That's why it's intriguing to me.
Intriguing, sure.
Intriguing.
Intriguing,
I don't want to go any more aggressive than that. I'm not expecting him to come in and be the number one receiver in this offense and
no,
solving that problem. But
no, we've got a lot to get to with this. Right, how do you feel about Gabe? Feeling better about it. What's the proper metaphor here? It's something else. It's
yep.
I'm gonna put the driver away for the day, and I'm gonna hit 3-wood off the tee. That's Keon to the bench. And this, my buddy gave me this, my old 3-wood I used to hit 3 years ago. I'm going to pull that out of the bag and see how that one goes. Is it the best idea? It might be the best idea you've got because you don't have the ability to go, fix your game right away.
It's the best idea you got until they did, in case they did something at the deadline. I like the idea of Davis not more than a deadline acquisition.
Right.
To me, if Rashid Shaheed can be had, you shouldn't not do that because, Gabe Davis is here. That to me is too far. To count on him, he's absolutely going to give the Bills these type of plays as he returns. He could, but it's not so solid that I would even if he played on Sunday and had a couple of catches. He had, 2 for 40. He catches 2 balls, and they're both pretty decent-sized plays. That wouldn't be enough to get me off of Shaheed or somebody like that if they're talking about Ridley or if they're talking about, Brian Thomas, whoever. There's no guy that I would take off my list because I'm confident Davis is going to give me that.
No.
But I think him over Coleman right now, if that's what this comes down to, I am very tempted to say that a healthy Davis gives me more than Coleman does.
803-0550. Meanwhile, one of the things that's going to be the talk of the internet today, Bills fans last night today, Steve Smith, former Panthers receiver, on his podcast, he and, forgive me, I don't know the host's name of that podcast. It's Steve Smith and another guy. And he's asking Steve Smith, it's all about Coleman. This whole episode is all about Keon Coleman. Joe's got some clips that we'll play throughout the morning. And he goes all the way in on Keon Coleman, 20 minutes on Coleman. And his skill set and how he feels bad for him because he's not being used properly. He's being asked to do things he can't do. That's in there. But also that he flat out said his analogy, his comparison was when asked, can the Bills, how bad is it what they have on the outside at receiver? The guy asks Steve Smith this point. And Steve Smith says, I'm in NASCAR country. I live here in NASCAR country. And in more or less, Joe, he says that what the Bills are trying to do is win a NASCAR race with a VW Beetle. That they can't do it. Mm-hmm. That in the playoffs, they won't do it. They will not be able to get through if they don't do something to improve on the outside. Whether that is Coleman figuring out, getting better, which Steve Smith does not sound optimistic about at all, or if it's Gabe Davis providing a spark, whatever it might be, that on the outside, They are far too easily defendable, and that will allow defensive coordinators to really kind of lean on them. You said this game you're more optimistic about Davis, and you don't think it stops them from making a move at the deadline. I don't know. I keep telling you, I remain unconvinced they will make a splash move at the receiver position. Could it be, whatever, Brandon Cooks? Could it be somebody that we're not thinking of? I was going through the standings and going through Spot Track and trying to think all right, who are the guys that we're not thinking of that could be available? I went to Arizona. No, I don't think you can get Marvin Harrison Jr. Could you get Michael Wilson? I'm not even sure he's a fit. I'm just looking.
Nice player, but rookie contract.
Exactly. He's all right. It'd be easy to get him if the price is right. I don't even know if it's the right fit. I don't know a ton about him. He's on one of my dynasty teams, but
he's an outside guy.
Yes,
for sure.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, all right, that's what I was looking for. I go to the Giants. Darius Slayton. The money's too big. He's too old. He's under a big contract. You're not going to do that. All right, where is it? Where's the move? Cedric Tillman with the Browns. I'm trying to find the name that we're not thinking of because everybody just wants to say Shaheed and Olave and Jacoby Myers. And who else is out there as a name for this?
I've thrown Judy out there because his base salary is super, super low. But
sure,
I also haven't seen his name in weeks, like any of these trade insider guys.
Right. Somebody called yesterday for Dontavian Wicks. In Green Bay. I'm trying to look at the standings and think what team is going to say, yeah, it's over for us this year. Let's get some picks. Granted, if they get picks, you are not getting a high pick from the Bills because they're going to pick presumably 26th or later. I feel like I have to go. Depends if they're a wild card team, that might be different. We'll see. So anyway, I don't know that they'll do it. Could Gabe convince them not to do it? It's a tough ask
in one game.
Because
they have they can't trade for anybody after next Tuesday, so they only get one game of Davis before the deadline.
That's right, but the fact that Davis is here, I think they know him well enough that they would not feel like it would be one game. If he goes out there and catches 5 for 85 and they win and gives them presence on the outside, it wouldn't be just one game. It would be 4 years of this guy with this quarterback, and it looked like, he's riding a bike. He's back out there and he's successful for them. So I'm not saying it would convince me to not do something, but could it be the final nail in the coffin for, no, this group, we're happy about it. Allen was asked yesterday about Gabe and talked all about the trust he has in him. Trust this and trust that. And does he not trust Keon Coleman to get open? That's very possible. When he's rolling out and trying to find Coleman, is Coleman not finding the spaces that Gabe used to find? I mean, when Gabe was coming up in his rookie season, he was a role player that then, in the playoffs against the Colts, Allen started to find him a lot.
Yeah.
And Davis became a player that it's funny, he was boom or bust. He was always a conversation in fantasy, and he was so boom or bust that there were endless debates about whether or not he was a good enough wide receiver, too. And the answer was he probably wasn't, because he was your perfect wide receiver 3-4 that you're going to splash in every once in a while. So does he slot properly now where if you were to rank their targets, I go Shakir and Kincaid 1 and 2. Now I've got Gabe in 3, finger quotes. Maybe. Can he give you more than Curtis Samuel's been giving you? Can he give you more than Elijah Moore's been giving you? You are not replacing anybody. Tyrell Shavers. I mean, are the Bills thinking of putting Gabe Davis and Keon Coleman out on the outsides if Palmer's unavailable, or is it Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers? Is Coleman going to inactive status if Gabe is elevated to to the active roster for this game? The whole thing, I don't know.
I don't know if it goes that far.
Well, it's definitely not an ideal scenario. I don't think anybody would debate that. But here we are, and I think the tone of it is that Gabe is going to dress for this game. They activated Max Hairston.
Yep.
He practiced and played. And for Gabe, he's been on the practice squad. Sal asked him, you haven't been practicing, how you been doing? He's been running. He's been doing his own stuff. So they finally got a practice squad spot for him by elevating Jordan Phillips and Jordan Poyer. And all right, now you're on the practice squad, and now you can start getting elevations. And when would they use these elevations? When Josh Palmer is unavailable. So to me, it looks like I think he's going to play.
I think part of why, though, he is he an improvement over some of these guys? Like, I don't know that he's a better all-around wide receiver than any of these guys.
Does he just have the trust of the quarterback? Because wouldn't that be it?
It's the trust, and also, like, does he give me more than Curtis Samuel? Samuel, in a vacuum, without knowing anything else about the team, if both guys are healthy, I might say Samuel's a better wide receiver, is a more complete wide receiver. He could do more things for me. But for this offense right now, they are lacking in one very specific area, and that's the area that Samuel doesn't give me. Now, at least he hasn't since he got here, and Davis used to,
Davis used to give it to you.
Stretching the, like, why was he such a boomer bust player? Why would he have games like that at the end with Brady? Even before that, because he, like, I think Henry Ruggs was always number one. Davis was always top 2 in the league in yards per reception. Like, he wasn't catching anything under 10 yards. Like, he was running routes down the field, and if he caught 1 or 2 of those in a game, he was going to have a big day. And if he didn't catch those balls, or if Allen was looking to Diggs that day down the field instead, then Davis wasn't going to have a very big day. Davis, in his time with the Bills, had 66 catches, more than 20 yards down the field. Those are the catches right now that they don't have at their disposal. So I think that is the part that is intriguing more than anything about him to me. It's not that he might, like, you compare him to Samuel, if you compare him to Moore, if you compare him to Coleman, compare him to Shakir, it's like, I don't know, he's better than all of these receivers, but he might be in one specific area that the Bills need right now.
Yeah. 803-0550. Let's get some calls in. Mike in Wheatfield. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
I got a question. When is Brandon Beane's feet going to be held to the fire for making us not a poverty franchise, but a geriatric one? We keep bringing in old players who we think are going to do things. Gabe Davis is just a worse version of Mac Hollins. I would have taken Mac Hollins over Gabe Davis any day of the week. We need to stop going to, the bin and pulling out people we think are going to help us. Now, granted, I get it. They need people that know the system so they can be plug and play. I get it. But when Brandon Beane had that outburst on the show about, well, we don't need a receiver, we're happy with who we have. That's great. You're happy. Clearly, it hasn't worked out, and most of your picks have not worked out since Josh Allen. So, I mean, and I could be wrong, guys. This is just a third-party perspective, a guy who likes football, doesn't necessarily know the ins and outs of everything, but he's got to be held accountable for his failures. Like, why?
Thanks, Mike. Well, to your point, like, we might all be wrong about this. I don't know all the ins and outs of football. I learned a lot of them from Steve Smith yesterday on that 20-minute episode about Keon Coleman. He went into detail on one Coleman route where he made a catch and made just an incredible observation that probably is made in a wide receiver meeting that maybe not everyone's going to take a look at. Mm-hmm. And I'll relay that story for you when we get back on the other side because it's about Coleman's confidence there. Regarding Beane, they win a lot. They've got 5 straight division titles. You draft the quarterback, you're usually set. He's made some good picks. He's made some bad picks. And that doesn't escape anyone. The one thing I did think after watching this takedown of Coleman from Steve Smith, which, again, it is harsh and it is comprehensive. But the thing I wonder about with this pick is, does this become the next Elam pick? Like, Elam was bad. Elam was your first rounder, and he really never played, and you never trusted him. Coleman is not a first. He's the start of the second because you traded down.
Yep.
But with Coleman, you were able to kind of pair him with a miracle worker. And if that guy can't work with the miracle worker quarterback, you could make a case that it starts to look worse. So, listen.
Not only that, but Elam really never played.
Elam did not play. And with Coleman, they play him a lot. That might even make
it worse. Like, it's one thing if you're bad and you have, the ability to not have that person be out there on the field to get you killed because you have other guys that you trust. It's another thing if you're bad and you're playing all the time. And that's what Coleman's been doing. He's been playing all the time since he got here.
Yeah. 803-0550. I'll relay that story that Steve Smith, what he said about this one slant that Coleman caught that I'd never observed receivers like this before. I'm sure many that watch film would have, but it's not ever a point I thought, and I thought it was a great observation. So we'll play us some clips from what Steve Smith had to say. We'll talk about the Chiefs, of course. Like, can they win this game, and what's it look like if they do? Matt Prater on the injury report. Josh Palmer didn't practice. We also got to talk about not just receiver, What should they do at linebacker? This actually is a game where Bernard and Milano, even though the two of them had not played well early in the season, this is one that I actually do need them. And I might not have them, or they might not start them. And McDermott's answer on those two when they get healthy yesterday was, well, we'll play it. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 here on WGR. So, where to begin?
Gabe Davis?
Sure.
I think Gabe Davis.
I think
he's the story of the day. I think
he's going to play. He's gonna dress. And is he going to play? He's going to play?
I think he's going to play.
I think he's going to play too.
And I don't know how much he's going to play right away, but I think there's a real possibility that he is like he's not just going to play, like he's going to play. Like he's going to be a guy on the offense a lot. Like I don't know if he's going to play majority of snaps a lot, but I mean, when he was here, he was one of those guys that would always lead the team in snaps.
Yep.
So that's Coleman right now. The guy that is really occupying his spot is the guy you're probably most disappointed in on the entire offense. So I don't know, like maybe this is hey, Keon, get it together because he's here now. We know he can do the job at a reasonable level. So if we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, like this dude is coming in and he's playing your spot. And maybe that could be good for Keon. I mean, that could have him moving to the slot and moving to different positions that actually he would even be better in. But I think Davis is maybe going to play like meaningful snaps, not just 5 routes in a game, 10 snaps in a game.
All right.
Like I think we're talking like half the snaps type workload in line for him at some point soon. Bills back at practice yesterday. Gabe Davis was on the field. He was activated off the Bills' practice squad IR. He goes right to the practice squad. He can be elevated immediately if the Bills want to bring him in to play against the Chiefs on Sunday. Elsewhere on the injury report, no practice for Ray Davis, who had an illness, Daquan Jones with a calf injury, and Josh Palmer with his knee and ankle injury. Full practices for Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano, so good signs health-wise for those two. Limited at practice, Jordan Phillips, Matt Prater, Shaq Thompson, and Joey Bosa. James Cook named AFC Offensive Player of the Week, went for over 200 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns against the Carolina Panthers. Game 5 of the World Series, the Blue Jays win 6-1 over the Dodgers. 2 home runs in the first 3 pitches of the game. Toronto takes a 3-2 series lead. They can win it all. Friday night, Game 6 is in Toronto. Sabres in action tonight against the Boston Bruins. Jordan Greenway expected to make his debut for the Sabres, season debut. We'll have pregame starting at 6 o'clock tonight here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I'm here in North Carolina. It's NASCAR country, baby. Gang, 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 gang. We going. And you're going to put a Volkswagen Beetle on the car track with these engines. It's paramount. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to make a run for someone because look how the Buffalo Bills are so desperate. They're expecting plays made from Curtis Samuel to impact. Curtis Samuel's getting more healthy, but Curtis Samuel is a 3, possibly 4. He was a playmaker type, like a Percy Harvest in college. Right? Gadget, turned him into a wide receiver. They told me, from what I've gathered in information when he was in Carolina, they said, bro, you should have saw him when he first got here. That tells me a lot.
Steve Smith, former Carolina Panther, he knows Brandon Beane. He said on the podcast, as the other guy asked him, like, you know Beane? And he said, yeah, he's probably going to text me after this. Like, come on, Steve. Steve Smith on the Bills and their passing game. That conversation on Steve Smith's podcast, all about Keon Coleman and what's going wrong, how it's not working, all that. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. The word I want to use on what's going on right now with Coleman and with the receiver conversation and all this, the Bills play the Chiefs and they could definitely beat Kansas City on Sunday. Joe, I've been talking myself into all week that I'm just panicking a little too much. We're all freaking out a little too much. That's probably right. We're all panicking a little too much because of how the Chiefs have looked. But they could win, right? They could win, and if they win, that would be different than beating Carolina. The needle would move a lot. It would say a lot. Even though it doesn't mean they would beat them in the playoffs, to me it would mean a lot to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. You stay in the division race. You're talking home games. You're talking playoffs again. Your remade defense looks great. So we'll see if they get there. We'll see how they get there. But right now it feels like an avalanche on Coleman. And there is the potential for Sunday's game to get worse or whatever. I guess it could get better. They could throw him the ball. He could make a couple guys miss. He was great at Yak last year. He's not finding that success this year. So could they get him in spots to make plays and he silences the doubters? That's possible. There's also a scenario where he doesn't see a target. And Gabe Davis goes in the offense because the quarterback trusts him. Yesterday, Allen, in his press conference, talked about Gabe, like, guy I trust, good to see him here. I mean, Gabe could have gone to any team in the NFL for nothing.
Yep.
And chose to come here to just, be part of this because he liked it here? Like everybody seems to like it here. So, that is a credit to the organization that players leave and want to come back. But I don't know. I am so eager to see how this game goes and what we get out of it because – it feels like it is an avalanche on Coleman. 23 minutes from Steve Smith, just about him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Right. How many players in the league
and this is listen,
are playing like this?
This is Steve Smith, who got in a fight with Jerry Jeudy, right? Because he called him just a guy.
Yep, remember
just
that.
a guy. He's just a guy, which is an insult to say he's just a guy. From the sound of that 20-minute podcast with Steve Smith, like he was not even willing to grant Coleman just a guy status. He called him flat out, does not have it in him. Yeah. Not a dog. He said, you can't teach a dog to bark.
Yep.
So it was a comprehensive. I watched the whole thing just to see, like, all right, what are you saying? What are you saying here? So anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
I mean, the odds though that he does enough. I just don't see signs of him having a game that would get rid of all this. Like he's gonna keep. Maybe what would get rid of it is him not playing as much. Really, like that might be it. What's more likely, him not playing as much or him coming out and having some blow-up game where he kind of tells everybody to shove it? Like, there's no metric you could find. There's no eye test that he passes for this. Like, I don't see how it's going to happen. I think the avalanche probably continues to fall on him until what? Until he's not playing for them or he's traded or something, which I don't know. Like, I don't think we're that far away from him getting a depleted snap count. Otherwise, the complaints are going to keep coming. You're on a team like this that's this good, and there are deficiencies in the passing game. The finger's going to get pointed. Like this is you could say this is unfair, but it's going to get pointed at the guy who got drafted the highest, and that is playing the most.
Yep,
and is targeted the most. Right? Like all of they're clearly trying to make it work. They want it to make it work. He's getting the ball more than anybody. He's on the field more than anybody. They spent more on him than anybody.
That did change this past week when his first target came when they were up, or his first catch when they were up 23 points and Trubisky's in.
What? That
Coleman.
That he's not the highest targeted player?
No, saying yes, that's right. He definitely dropped on the depth chart in terms of how often they were looking to throw to him. Shakir got more targets in that game. Like we saw him drop back down. You're not wrong about the season. But anyway, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, but that's like just I think he's going to get a lot of the blame on it. Everybody else kind of does their role and is, like Shakir, I think people know what he is now at this point. Like that's part of it. Like I think people know what Shakir is and there are good plays there. And I think for the most part people know what Josh Palmer is. Right, like he's played enough in the league where you kind of know. Coleman is still a debate as to what he even is in the first place, let alone how good he is. Is even playing in the right receiver position. I mean, there's a lot to it with him. So there is an avalanche, and I don't think it's stopping unless they take him off the field.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The thing about Allen that I would love to know, because, it's funny. We're all watching this offense run the ball really well. And this week has also been a chart fest. Looking at all these charts, right? This is Allen's time to throw. And this is his EPA for this. And this is that. And broken plays. Is it really not much more than that? That what we are seeing is an offense that doesn't really have Allen extending and then finding a guy for 40 yards and the drive continues. And if they got that back in, which they often have against Kansas City, right? Allen runs again. Allen takes off and throws on the run and finds whoever. Is it just the broken play stuff that's missing? Because if that is mixed in, your passing game generally looks fine. People don't seem to complain. The 13 seconds game, a lot of that is from the pocket. A lot of that is Allen moving, dancing, throwing on the run, extending plays.
Yep.
He throws a 2-point conversion to Diggs, which is a miracle in that game by running around.
Yeah, running to his left.
Running around and making it happen has always been a part of their offense. And when people say they're saving things for the playoffs or they're saving things, that's the only thing I kind of really entertain that they could be saving. Maybe in this game, I'll have to take a look at it. What's Allen's over-under for rushing attempts? Because I like to tell you, if it's like 6.5, you better hammer that over. He runs against the Chiefs. And in this game, I bet he's going to run against the Chiefs if he can, if he's not hurt, if he's not nursing something, which some people are starting to wonder as well. Louis. Good morning, Louis.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. You know what? You're bang on. You know what? You were harping the receiver drum, banging it really loud, and you know you were 100% right, man. Way back when, you were 100% right. We needed a receiver, and I wasn't sure about that at first, but you know you're 100% right. This team right now, I see our quarterback, right, Josh Allen. Moving around, trying to make some. The guy's like 6, 7, 8 seconds in the pocket. He can't find anything. And people are saying, "What's wrong with Josh Allen? What's wrong with Josh Allen? What's wrong with our receivers other than Khalil Shakir? We got nobody, man. We got the couple tight ends. I get it. We have no receivers, zero. And when people start to realize it in this organization, and make a trade." Make a bloody trade. The guy's 29 years old. How long is he going to be great for? Make a trade. We need a number one receiver. Period.
All right, thanks, Lou. There are reports that Jacoby Myers, it's Bills, Steelers, Broncos maybe, and in the ESPN article, I believe it might have been Jeremy Fowler, was that more likely not the Bills because they need something that's a little more vertical,
right?
Something like that. That's where Shaheed would come in.
Yeah, Myers is closer to what the Bills kind of already do.
Yeah. He's good. He has been good.
Probably would be their best all-around receiver if they brought him in. But, right, he's not maybe perfect. If it were him or nothing, I would take him. If you told me, hey, the Saints don't want to talk to you, or they'll give you Cooks, but they don't want to talk on Shaheed, they don't want to talk on Olave, and Brian Thomas isn't really available, and Judy's not actually available, and you look around like, oh, there really isn't anybody. Myers is like the only guy that's actually on the market. Like, I would take that over nothing.
Take some calls on defense if you want as well, because, you know, Bernard and Milano, we'll get you that answer from McDermott when we get back. Just how the defense, how would you do it? If we said, hey, it's Derrick Henry or it's the Colts, we would say, well, I want Shaq Thompson in the middle because he's so much better against the run than Bernard has been this year.
Yep.
And, you know, what you do with the other linebacker spot, maybe Bernard goes over there for Milano or Milano comes back, whatever. This team, like, lay it out. What do the Bills want to do? They want to play zone? They want to play zone? I think Mahomes picks them apart. They want to play more man. That's where Hairston comes in and can stick with a speedy Worthy or Thornton.
Mm-hmm.
And Rashee Rice will be in the slot a lot in this game. Rashee Rice is big.
Yes, he will.
He is big slot. And wouldn't you peg him to be getting like 10 catches, 8, 9 catches? Who covers him there?
Has he played the Bills yet?
Has he played the Bills yet? Yes.
He has. He's had to have, right?
This is his third year.
But he didn't play a lot in his second year and didn't even miss time.
He missed last year.
He missed last year.
He missed the game last year.
Okay, he played against the Bills twice. He played them twice in his rookie year.
Okay.
The regular season game, he had 10 targets. He had 7 for 72 and a touchdown.
In the regular season game?
In the regular season game that they lost.
That was here?
No, yes.
Here.
No, that was there. That was the game where Kelsey throws it back to Tony and it's called back.
Oh, right.
And then Mahomes freaked out.
Right.
And then they played in the playoffs here, and he had 4 targets, 4 catches, 47 yards.
Yeah.
They won that game.
I think it's going to be a Rice game, for sure.
It's probably Rice against Taron. You've probably seen a lot of Taron Johnson this week.
Maybe.
Less three linebackers.
If you go zone, he'll kill your zone.
Yeah.
And if you go man, then I don't know if you have the horses. Like we'll see.
Because you would want, like, in a vacuum, I'd love to match Benford on him and shadow him. But if I do that, then I'm taking either Johnson off the field because if Rice is gonna be in the slot, then I got to put Trey White on the field.
Right.
And I don't want to do that.
No. The thing about Benford following Rice is I saw it might have been Eric Turner cover one. Somebody pointed out, if it's not you, Eric, I apologize, that when you do that, that's fine, but it kind of abandons all of your zone principles once you take Benford from the boundary and put him inside.
Mm-hmm.
Like, uh-oh.
Right.
So it'll be interesting.
And if I'm abandoning the zone principles, and now, again, like Hairston, maybe he could do fine on one side, but if I got Trey White against Tyquan Thornton or Xavier Worthy, just good night.
Yeah, that's tough. 803-0550. We'll see. Can the Bills cook up a defensive master class? Can they get to Mahomes? Michael Hoyt, Joey Bosa, A.J. Epinesa had a good game this last week. He's been decent this season. Greg Rousseau, can they get there? 803-0550. So we'll talk how they're going to stop the Chiefs. We'll talk defense and also get your calls on Coleman, what the Bills should be doing offensively. Get you some comments from Josh Allen yesterday as well. Mahomes talked about what it's like to play here, and I think his answer was about as friendly as you could possibly ask for. So plenty to get to. Sal, 7:30. Carrington Harrison, who talks Chiefs at 8. Our fantastic four-way parlay today. I've been thinking about it since Monday. Yeah, that's right.
Since Monday.
Thinking about it since Monday. We're putting one together. Tonight it's a winner. Dolphins-Ravens. We win tonight. Yes. We turn the tides.
You're convinced?
I mean, convinced might be strong. 803-0550. That Mahomes answer when we get back. So, where to begin?
Gabe Davis?
Sure.
I think Gabe Davis.
I think
he's the story of the day. I think
he's going to play. He's going to dress.
Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for the. I think he's going to play.
I think he's going to play too.
And I don't know how much he's going to play right away, but I think there's a real possibility that he is like he's not just going to play, like he's going to play. Like he's going to be a guy on the offense a lot. Like, I don't know if he's going to play majority of snaps a lot, but, I mean, when he was here, he was one of those guys that would always lead the team in snaps.
Yep.
So that's Coleman right now. The guy that is really occupying his spot is the guy you're probably most disappointed in on the entire offense. So I don't know, like maybe this is hey, Keon, get it together because he's here now. We know he can do the job at a reasonable level. So if we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, like this dude is coming in and he's playing your spot. And maybe that could be good for Keon. I mean, that could have him moving to the slot and moving to different positions that actually he would even be better in. But I think Davis is maybe going to play like meaningful snaps, not just 5 routes in a game, 10 snaps in a game.
All right.
Like I think we're talking like half the snaps type workload in line for him at some point soon.
Davis became a player that it's funny. He was boom or bust. He was always a conversation in fantasy, and he was so boom or bust that there were endless debates about whether or not he was a good enough wide receiver too. And the answer was he probably wasn't, because he was your perfect wide receiver 3-4
right,
that you're going to splash in every once in a while. So does he slot properly now where if you were to rank their targets, I go Shakir and Kincaid 1 and 2. Now I've got Gabe in 3, finger quotes. Maybe. Can he give you more than Curtis Samuel's been giving you? Can he give you more than Elijah Moore's been giving you? You are not replacing anybody. Tyrell Shavers. I mean, are the Bills thinking of putting Gabe Davis and Keon Coleman out on the outsides if Palmer's unavailable, or is it Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers? Like, is Coleman going to inactive status if Gabe is elevated to the to the active roster for this game? The whole thing, I don't know.
I don't know if it goes that far.
Well, it's definitely not an ideal scenario. I don't think anybody would debate that. But here we are, and I think the tone of it is that Gabe is going to dress for this game. They activated Max Hairston.
Yep.
He practiced and played. And for Gabe, he's been on the practice squad. Sal asked him, you haven't been practicing, how you been doing? He's been running. He's been doing his own stuff. So they finally got a practice squad spot for him by elevating Jordan Phillips and Jordan Poyer. And all right, now you're on the practice squad, and now you can start getting elevations. And when would they use these elevations? When Josh Palmer is unavailable. So,
right,
to me, it looks like I think he's going to play.
Do you enjoy playing in Buffalo, and what's that environment like compared to other road games that you see consistently on the schedule?
I mean, they don't like us. I mean, that's pretty. They do not like the Chiefs. But I mean, it is a cool environment. I love playing in like historic stadiums, and that stadium has had so many great players play in it. And who knows, it might be the last time that we get the opportunity to play there. It'll be a great challenge for us, and they're loud, and that's what you want. You want to go in and be in a hostile environment. That's what football, when you watch on TV as a kid growing up, is the environments you want to play in. And so obviously they're not rooting for us, but you get to bond together as a team and get to go into a historic stadium and play in a great environment.
Patrick Mahomes.
Disappointing. No one wants to be nice.
It's a very good answer.
Give us a bulletin board.
I just like
be mean. Be a jerk.
He flips into, they do not like us. Right. What's it like to play there? Oh, they do not like us. But it's great.
Right.
Historic stadium. I don't know if I've ever heard.
This is the first time I've heard someone call it that this year, at least.
Yeah, it probably definitely is. A lot of great players have played there. A lot of great games, especially the last couple of years as well. Yep. And final year of the stadium, final year at Highmark. This is a 425 huge game. And Mahomes. He even says,
I'm just saying, I think fans would be more energized if instead of that he had said, "I got to play in that old decrepit stadium this week against these guys, these jerks."
It's not like Arrowhead is exactly model of
that is true.
Modern science.
Yeah.
He even avoided stepping in it by saying, head out there and probably the last time we'll play there. Which very well you could say that, but you don't know that. Instead, he says maybe the last time we'll play there.
Right.
If he said probably, a Bills fan could work hard and say, oh, yeah, is that right?
But he said maybe.
He said he left it open. We'll get Brendan and Ithaca and then to the break. Hey, Brendan, good morning.
Hey, guys. I heard you talking about kind of bringing Gabe Davis back and him possibly being active this week, and you were running through like some of his first games under Joe Brady. Mm-hmm. Where he had like big numbers or zeros. I think one thing, like important piece of context, he was playing across from Stephon Diggs, I think, for most of those games. And I think like having that kind of expectations for him playing against, like, I don't know who's going to play opposite of. Maybe it's Palmer if he's healthy, or Elijah Moore, or Keon. I have very low expectations considering he's not playing across from Diggs anymore.
Yeah.
And you talked about those broken plays. I think that's a lot more because the defense was worried about Diggs than anything Gabe Davis was doing. And I love Gabe Davis. Like he had some great games for us.
Yep.
But I don't think you're going to be in the same ballpark without a true number one receiver across from him.
Could be very well right, Brendan. I would say my expectations for Gabe, again, they haven't announced he's playing, but we're just kind of reading the tea leaves, wondering if he could be elevated from the practice squad this week. We'll talk about that with Sal at 7:30. The thing about Gabe, I always push back on the idea that Gabe was some controversial player. Maybe he was for you out there. Love, hate, maybe in your group chat you argued all the time about Davis. I consider Davis to have been a home run draft pick that was everything you wanted him to be, and much like, maybe not much like, but a little bit like Coleman, thrust into a spot he probably shouldn't have been in for 2 years. He should have been your 3/4, and someone else should have been mixed in, and instead they kind of leaned too heavily on Gabe, I thought, most of the time, and that made it look like he let you down. When that guy's a 3/4, he was incredible, and then, the other guys left, and he became polarizing, I guess. I think he was a heck of a player for the Bills. Good memories. More good memories than more letdowns. And, he got hurt. If he doesn't get hurt, it's worth considering. If he doesn't get hurt in the Miami game, then they have him in the playoffs against Pittsburgh. They have him in the playoffs against Kansas City in the divisional round. And that's a game they lose by 3 points. Like, if he's healthy,
the Trent Sherfield drop a deep ball.
Yeah, could that have been Gabe Davis instead?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it rewrites history. So I don't have any misgivings about like his time here, and I also don't feel like I have an inflated idea of what he's going to offer. But I think it's possible he could give them something. Is it enough? That's I think debatable. So anyway, maybe it is polarizing. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It's Thursday Night Football on the way tonight. Meanwhile, in Chiefs camp here, did you see they didn't put out on the injury report about Trey Smith. Andy Reid, what he said about Trey Smith, their guard. So Josh Simmons tackle, he's out, personal reason, that's mysterious.
That's still weird. It's very weird.
It's mysterious.
Because that's multiple weeks now.
Yeah. Pacheco and Hollywood Brown did not practice. Pacheco, MCL, Hollywood Brown is ill. He's sick.
Right.
Trey Smith, who missed last week's game.
With a back injury.
With a back injury. He was limited with a back injury, and Andy Reid's description of Trey Smith was he's going to give it a whirl.
A whirl.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
saw that.
Smith, guard, gives it a whirl.
Okay.
He practiced in limited capacity. Nick Bolton, full practice. Kareem Hunt, full practice. Charles Menahu, Brashard Smith, Juwan Taylor. 803-0550. The Bills will have to tackle in this game. They've struggled to tackle this year. That's going to be a key. We'll get more of your phone calls. Sal, 7:30. Carrington Harrison on the Chiefs at 8 here on WGR. Davis became a player that it's funny. He was boom or bust. He was always a conversation in fantasy, and he was so boom or bust that there were endless debates about whether or not he was a good enough wide receiver, too. And the answer was he probably wasn't, because he was your perfect wide receiver 3-4 that you're going to splash in every once in a while. So does he slot properly now, where if you were to rank their targets, I go Shakir and Kincaid 1 and 2. Now I've got Gabe in 3, finger quotes. Maybe. Can he give you more than Curtis Samuel's been giving you? Can he give you more than Elijah Moore's been giving you? You are not replacing anybody. Tyrell Shavers. I mean, are the Bills thinking of putting Gabe Davis and Keon Coleman out on the outsides if Palmer's unavailable, or is it Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers? Like, is Coleman going to inactive status if Gabe is elevated to to the active roster for this game? The whole thing, I don't know.
I don't know if it goes that far.
Well, it's definitely not an ideal scenario. I don't think anybody would debate that. But here we are, and I think the tone of it is that Gabe is going to dress for this game. They activated Max Hairston.
Yep.
He practiced and played. And for Gabe, he's been on the practice squad. Sal asked him, you haven't been practicing, how you been doing? He's been running. He's been doing his own stuff. So they finally got a practice squad spot for him by elevating Jordan Phillips and Jordan Poyer. And all right, now you're on the practice squad, and now you can start getting elevations. And when would they use these elevations? When Josh Palmer is unavailable. So, to me, it looks like I think he's going to play.
Bills back at practice yesterday. Gabe Davis was on the field, the team activating him from the IR practice squad list to the practice squad. So he's got 3 designations that they can use on him to upgrade him for a game. Could be this week. We'll see. The rest of the injury report featured no practice for Josh Palmer, Daquan Jones, or also Ray Davis, who was dealing with an illness. Limited practices for Jordan Phillips, Matt Prater, Shaq Thompson, and also Joey Bosa. That was listed as a veteran rest day. And then full practices for Matt Milano and Terrell Bernard. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm Injured for Help. Call 1-800-8-MILLION. James Cook named AFC Offensive Player of the Week after going for 216 yards against the Carolina Panthers on Sunday. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Bruins. Expecting Jordan Greenway to make his season debut. It's not known who will play in goal for Buffalo. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Blue Jays win last night, 6-1 in Game 5 of the World Series. They take a 3-2 series lead. Games 6 and 7, if there is one, are both in Toronto. Game 6 Friday night. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Join WGR and Bud Light for Buffalo Football Friday Happy Hour. Chopin Bulldog broadcasting live this Friday from 3 to 7 p.m. at Neighbors Pub, 337 Kenmore Avenue. You have a chance to win a Josh Allen jersey. No purchase necessary. More Football Friday live broadcast coming up at Leo's and at Mitchell's. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly, 21 plus.
Yeah, I think we've played them, damn near every year since I've gotten here. So, yeah, I guess you can look at it from a perspective of we kind of understand what they try to do to us, but there's jabs, there's counters, there's different things that you can do throughout seeing each other throughout the years of making things look the same but being completely different. So, again, just kind of with division games, you kind of go into it like, hey, let's listen to our base rules. Let's not try to chase anything, and then just play it with your eyes and be reactive as possible.
Josh Allen, ahead of Bills Chiefs. We'll see if he can play at an MVP level on Sunday, 4:25. Big game. Sunday, 4:25. And game of the week, Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, Tracy Wolfson. Gabe on a Nantz Romo game. Just saying, like, if he does play, we're all just, like, treating it like we know he's going to play and be elevated from the practice squad. But with Josh Palmer out, if he is out, because he didn't practice, then
it still could. They have 5 receivers.
That's right.
Above him. But they have dressed 6 this year, and they also have made both Elijah Moore and Curtis Samuel healthy scratches at times. Yeah. So, I would lean towards he plays.
The entire country gets Bills Chiefs in the CBS late game. The other 2 games going on at the same time.
Probably a Denver game.
No.
No?
Saints at Rams.
Blowout.
Tyler Shuck at the Rams.
Tyler Shuck against that defense. Good night. Yeah, it's going to be bad.
And then Jacksonville at Vegas. Those are the other late games. The most interesting game for Bills fans before Bills Chiefs, Indy at Pittsburgh, arguably Atlanta at New England. Let me get to that because you're watching Atlanta at New England, and Mike Shope had a tweet that I liked a lot yesterday, that the game of the year for the Bills is not this week, but it's going to be the Patriots in Week 15.
Yes.
And here's why. He says, and he points out correctly, the Bills will have to be 2 games clear of New England in order for that game to not really matter. Right?
Oh, and that's not going to happen.
Right. In order for that to happen, to be 2 games clear of New England, the Bills would go 6-0, and New England would have to go 3-2.
Yeah,
that doesn't seem like it's happening. So if you don't think you're going to be 2 games clear, all of a sudden you're 1 game clear, and then if New England wins that game, they're in the driver's seat for the division going to the end of the season.
And 3-2, like, even if I get. Let's say the Bills they beat the Chiefs.
They go 6-0.
They beat the Bucks. They do that. They go 6-0 over the next 6 games. I need New England to lose 2 of Atlanta, Tampa, Jets, Bengals, Giants.
That's gonna be tough.
Like, I guess Atlanta and Tampa are possible.
Yeah, and that might be it.
It's just like
we'll see.
It's a continuation of their schedule being pretty easy, but that game could be big because listen, Atlanta is really tough to trust right now. They are so up and down.
Yep.
But Atlanta, Tampa, that's like the tough part of New England's schedule. It's about as tough as it gets. So, you might need Atlanta. And you're going to need Tampa because otherwise you got to trust the Jets and the Giants, and I'm not ready to do that right now.
Well, just this game, if I could give you two outcomes and how it swings by 7:30 Sunday, there's 4 different scenarios that could happen, right? Bills win, Bills lose, Patriots win, Patriots lose. Mm-hmm. So, what do you want first? The Patriots win? Okay.
Sure.
If the Patriots win, this is just New York Times playoff machine, Bills' chances to win the division. If the Patriots win, the Bills' chances to win the division with a win would be 38%, like you kept pace.
Yep.
And with a loss would be down to 26% to win the division. Now, you watch the early game and the Falcons beat the Patriots. All right, we're live again. If the Bills win, the New York Times playoff machine puts them at favorites to win the division, 56%. So Falcons beat the Patriots, Bills beat the Chiefs.
Yeah.
It's your division to take. You can take it from here. If they lose to the Chiefs, it sticks at around 40%. So as high as 56% and as low as 23%. Yeah.
Big swing.
Yeah. So 803-0550. The game, we have a million narratives around Bills Chiefs. We always do. But it really probably means more in the chase for New England because if you want to play the Chiefs in the playoffs and not have it be in Arrowhead, you want to win this game because you got to win your division.
Yeah, do me a favor. What is this basically the same game for Kansas City?
Okay.
They are second in their division. They are chasing. They're chasing. Technically, they're in third
teams,
right now, but Denver's the team in first.
Okay, so I'll do it for the Chiefs to win their division.
Yeah, how big is this game for their division?
The Chiefs
it's probably I would guess it's the same.
The New York Times playoff machine puts the Chiefs currently at 52%. They're already the likely winner. If they win, they go to 61%. The Broncos play the Texans this week,
right?
And the Chargers play the Titans. So
assume a Chargers win.
Okay, assume a Chargers.
You don't even need to mess around with that one. They're going to beat the Titans,
right? I bet the Broncos win too. The Chiefs, the AFC West race is probably going to go for a while.
Well, I guess how low could Kansas City be though? If they lose to the Bills and the other two teams win, on Sunday, how low can I get Kansas City this Sunday?
The lowest they could be is what you want.
Yeah.
All right. Again, New York Times playoff machine. It is up and running. You can go make the playoffs, win the division, get a wild card. Right. The Bills win. And both the Broncos and the Chargers win. The Chiefs are down to 36%.
All right. Well,
so yeah,
that's pretty good too.
The loser of this game is less than 40% to win their division, likely.
Right. Because Denver, I think, will probably beat Houston, and the Chargers will definitely beat Tennessee. So, if you take care of the Chiefs, you're putting them in a spot.
Right.
And if the Chiefs beat the Bills, really, it's an extra layer of meaning to this matchup that I'm not sure has ever really existed, which is the winner. Bragging rights, I don't know how really if you're trading bragging rights with them right now. It's been one seed in the past. It right now would still be the case of who would host this matchup in the playoffs.
Yep.
But also the extra layer is you are really putting your opponent in a spot to have to open the playoffs on the road if you beat them.
Yeah, more than likely.
I can't remember this matchup ever including that.
Right. It's definitely not a kill shot. I think Mahomes could go win games on the road in the playoffs. He has.
Right.
The Bills have not yet.
No.
They have not won a road playoff game. Maybe this would be the year if they, in fact, do have to go on the road and play like the Steelers or who else?
The Chargers.
The Colts or the Chargers. Maybe they could. 803-0550, talking about it with you. 1-888-550-2550. Had mentioned this morning that yesterday a podcast with Steve Smith came out, former Carolina receiver, who, in the course of the podcast, he points out that it did take himself, Steve Smith, 3 years to really become the receiver he was going to be. In his first season, he had 10 catches. In his second season, he had 54 catches. He was not a regular player contributor in his first season or second season. And then year 3, 1,100 yards on 141 targets. You saw that he was going to be a heck of a player. He went on to have a great career. And he ends up talking in this podcast a lot about Keon Coleman, who, of course, is in year 2 and missed a chunk of year 1. He basically gives a comprehensive takedown, makes it sound personal. And I don't think anything that Steve Smith said was personal. It was all just, he cannot separate. You can't teach a dog to bark. I don't know if he's got it. He's miscast. Mm-hmm. He can't play the position the Bills are playing him in. And more or less, Steve Smith said, in his opinion, that he equated it to the Bills having a VW bug in a NASCAR race on the outside. that you can't win like that, and that they will not win, and they should do whatever it takes to improve out there. That's enter Gabe Davis off the practice squad is the current idea, and if they go bigger than that, we'll find out. So the Coleman thing, it's funny, Joe. Like, I don't think anybody in these spots ever talks about the player personally. I don't like this guy as a person. Coleman came in and he was kind of a whatever. People liked his personality, the
cookies.
Sure, like he looks like a fun-loving kid, and he is struggling mightily. He's had a pair of disciplinary issues with the Bills, missing meetings or whatever to get benched. So it's hard to say anything about it is really going well right now. Can they turn it around? Can he turn it around? Maybe that's a debate people want to have. But I think the bigger issue is that removes Coleman from it is the last part of the podcast where he says it's like having a VW bug in a NASCAR race. Can they win the Super Bowl without adding someone on the outside? Because while Palmer is out and might come back, I start to wonder, is it like high ankle sprain for Palmer? Is that the kind of thing where if you're a hockey player, I'm told you're not right for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks?
We actually, speaking of Gabe Davis, there was a whole year
Multiple years.
Many people just chalked up to, well, that year didn't go so great because of a high ankle sprain.
Right.
I think it was a high ankle sprain. Tennessee, he missed a game and then came back and wasn't the same. Yeah. So I don't know what Palmer is going to be when he comes back. And what was Josh Palmer to be relying so much on in the first place? Like, he's fine.
He's fine.
He's a good player, but it's just it's not Nico Collins coming back from injury, right? Like, it's a guy. He's a guy. He's pretty good. He's fine. He's a good role-playing receiver on your team, but like, it's where the Coleman failure so far just really hurts. And also, like, he is kind of different than a lot of these young players the Bills have had, where, like, Cook in his rookie year or Elam for years or whoever. Like,
he's
Bills,
on the field all the time.
Like, that's the thing.
It's not a lack of opportunity.
When have you ever seen another young player that the Bills have kind of just handed it to? Like, here you go. It's not really happening. It's not really going well. It's not even going well off the field, for at least the little bits that we get, because all we know is the two disciplinary actions that have happened in 2 years. When have you ever seen the Bills treat a guy like this that isn't really earning it? At least earning it in games, and then earning, like, I'm speaking the two disciplinary actions. Maybe he's doing it in practice, right? Like, or maybe he's doing it in the film rooms. I don't know, but like, a lot of other examples of, hey, this guy's really not doing it right away as a young guy. What happens with Landon Jackson? He doesn't get handed an opportunity. He's inactive for 7 games.
Right.
But for this guy,
in the case of Jackson,
he's just out there all the time, and it doesn't change.
That's because there's nobody on the roster to keep Keon on the bench, whereas with Landon Jackson, they have adequate defensive ends.
And when they benched Cook, they had 2 running backs ahead of him, and when Elam was here, Benford was better.
Yep.
That's a good point. All right, like, they don't have an alternative.
No, the depth chart is a little thinner.
But that's what I'm saying about Davis. I think Davis might now be your alternative.
Yeah.
If they've wanted to take Coleman off the field, not 100 all the time, but go from an 80% snap count receiver to a 35 to 40% snap count receiver, and they felt like, well, we can't because we just don't have the bodies, that's where I think Davis could be really meaningful entering the picture.
Mo in New Jersey is on the phone with us. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Good.
So, a couple of things. I know Gabe Davis has been a big topic this morning, and as a fan, it's hard sometimes to be reasonable and rational when it comes to these things because we want just what's best for the team. I think we need to be realistic in our expectations of what Gabe Davis can bring. It's been feast or famine with him. I don't expect him to come in if he plays on Sunday and light the world on fire. Even if he does, great. But I think we still need to make a move to get somebody, because let's just say he does come in and do well. But what if he gets hurt, right? He has a history of injury, right? So maybe I don't know. I think we need to do something at the trade deadline. And then on top of that, especially about this game on Sunday, I really, obviously I want the Bills to win. I think it would tell us more about this team if they were able to pull off this upset, because they are underdogs and win this game than it would if we lost this game. Now, if we get blown out, I think, you know what, then there's a lot of questions that I would have. I don't expect us to get blown out, but I just know we have trouble stopping that offense, and that offense looks like it's clicking really well right now.
Yeah, thanks, Mo. We're talking so much about the offense in part because I'm so nervous about the defensive matchup that I feel like I'm going to have to find a way to keep up. But I do wonder their defensive structure, what it looks like in this game. And
yeah,
I am not one to sit here and say the game means nothing simply because in the playoffs they haven't had answers. I know the playoff game will mean more, but what happens in this game definitely matters to me. And I think the story of the season starts. Is this too strong? The story of the season starts 7:30 on Sunday night. Because you're either still in the division race and you have beaten who everyone has crowned the best team in football, or you are 1 out of 4 to win it, sitting there with 3 losses.
We're staring at a road playoff game. Potentially.
A real potential to not have a single home playoff game at Highmark. I think the story of the season really, we write Act 2. That's maybe the best way to say it. Act 2 begins Sunday, 7:30. The deadline hits, and then what happens from
You know
there.
what it is? It decides what we're thinking about the rest of the way, the Super Bowl or the playoffs. They beat the Chiefs, we're back to thinking about the Super Bowl. And they still have to win the division. They still have to do work for that.
Yep.
But if they beat Kansas City, it's going to convince a lot of people, like, nope, you're the Bills. You've got Josh Allen. You have the chops to win a Super Bowl. You lose the game, and I think it's going to feel a lot like it did 2 years ago, where all the attention and all the talk and the effort spent on covering this team is going to be more about where are they going to finish? How are they going to catch New England? To make sure they get in. Like, that's what happened 2 years ago when they were 6-6.
Yep.
We went half a year without really mentioning the Super Bowl because they were trying to chase down Miami and just figure out how to not be a 500 football team, which they were for a minute. So, yeah, Sunday definitely determines that because they won't have another opportunity if they lose to Kansas City. Like, I guess Tampa in a couple weeks could do a lot of goodwill for people because Miami's not going to. And they play Miami the next week.
That's right. Yeah, needle movers, games that make you feel differently about the team. Chiefs a big one, even though we know the playoffs matter more.
Yeah, like that point to me isn't going anywhere. Like about how they still have to prove it against Kansas City in the playoffs, but that's part of it. Like if they lose this Sunday and New England wins, then I'm wondering what your odds are of even playing Kansas City in the first place. It might not be that high that you would see them in the playoffs.
803-0550. 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Happy Thursday. If you want to jump on, we got open phone lines. We're going to talk to Sal. I want to talk to him about Milano and Bernard and what the Bills structurally might look like in trying to stop the Chiefs because it's a challenge. Teams have had trouble. So 803-0550, open line for you. You can jump in with us, talk about whatever you want to get to with Sal. And at 8 o'clock, Carrington Harrison on the Chiefs. Why, if in fact they are so much better this year, like what is really different this year for Kansas City? Their offense looks a lot more powerful. Their defense not as good. And, they've lost a couple of close games. So we will check in with Carrington Harrison coming up at the top of the hour. 803-0550, happy Thursday. Dolphins and Ravens tonight. And Lamar Jackson's back. But the Ravens march toward the playoffs.
So is, by the way, Kyle Hamilton, Roquan Smith, and Nate Wiggins.
They're all back.
They're all back.
Well, you mentioned me the Steelers.
Like the Ravens could very quickly be right back to I got to think about them again.
I'm going to think about this for a minute. Like the movie character or whoever, the Steelers right now, they're in first and they look behind them like, oh God, no. How are you still here?
Yep.
Here come the Ravens chasing down the Steelers. They got to win tonight, though. If they lose to Miami, I feel like it's over for Baltimore. You're not chasing them down with a bad loss to Miami. And here's Miami.
But they're not going to lose. They're not going to lose.
It is in Miami. They're 7.5 point favorites.
It doesn't. They're not losing to Miami tonight.
I tend to agree. Jalen Phillips, could he be putting on a show before he gets traded for the Dolphins?
Right. That might be a better who
puts on shows.
Ooh, yeah. Who are they showcasing tonight? Waddle.
Could it be Waddle's last game in Miami?
It could be.
I would think not likely, but you never know. Ian Rappaport just tweeted out a trade target list. The only wide receiver on it was Jacoby Myers. The rest, some names we've heard for the Bills in the secondary: Cam Taylor, Britt, Alontae Taylor, Logan Wilson, linebacker Logan Wilson. So we'll see what kind of move they've got in them, if any at all. I think it's still been a pretty quiet deadline. No big move yet. 803-0550 on WGR. I know what I was going to ask you. Is it just me, or is the Tri-County...
It's where the Coleman failure so far just really hurts. And also, like, he is kind of different than a lot of these young players the Bills have had, where, like, Cook in his rookie year, or Elam for years, or whoever, like...
He's on the field all the time.
Like, that's the thing.
It's not a lack of opportunity.
When have you ever seen another young player that the Bills have kind of just handed it to? Like, here you go. It's not really happening. It's not really going well. It's not even going well off the field, for at least the little bits that we get, because all we know is the two disciplinary actions that have happened in 2 years. When have you ever seen the Bills treat a guy like this that isn't really earning it? At least earning it in games, and then earning, like, I'm speaking the two disciplinary actions. Maybe he's doing it in practice, right? Like, or maybe he's doing it in the film rooms. I don't know, but like a lot of other examples of, hey, this guy's really not doing it right away as a young guy. What happens with Landon Jackson? He doesn't get handed an opportunity. He's inactive for 7 games.
Right. Davis became a player that it's funny. He was boom or bust. He was always a conversation in fantasy, and he was so boom or bust that there were endless debates about whether or not he was a good enough wide receiver 2, and the answer was he probably wasn't, because he was your perfect wide receiver 3-4 that you're going to splash in every once in a while. So does he slot properly now, where if you were to rank their targets, I go Shakir and Kincaid 1 and 2. Now I've got Gabe in 3, finger quotes. Maybe. Can he give you more than Curtis Samuel's been giving you? Can he give you more than Elijah Moore's been giving you? You are not replacing anybody. Tyrell Shavers. I mean, are the Bills thinking of putting Gabe Davis and Keon Coleman out on the outsides if Palmer's unavailable, or is it Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers? Like, is Coleman going to inactive status if Gabe is elevated to the to the active roster for this game? The whole thing, I don't know.
I don't know if it goes that far.
Well, it's definitely not an ideal scenario. I don't think anybody would debate that. But here we are, and I think the tone of it is that Gabe is going to dress for this game. They activated Max Hairston.
Yep.
He practiced and played. And for Gabe, he's been on the practice squad. Sal asked him, you haven't been practicing, how you been doing? He's been running. He's been doing his own stuff. So they finally got a practice squad spot for him by elevating Jordan Phillips and Jordan Poyer. And all right, now you're on the practice squad, and now you can start getting elevations. And when would they use these elevations? When Josh Palmer is unavailable. So, to me, it looks like I think he's going to play.
Gabe Davis activated to the practice squad from the Bills' practice squad IR list, so he was on the field for practice yesterday. They get 3 elevations. Could be Sunday. We'll see. The Bills' injury report otherwise featured no practice for Ray Davis, who had an illness, and then also Daquan Jones and Josh Palmer, who were dealing with their injuries. Limited practices for Matt Prater, Shaq Thompson, and then Joey Bosa and Jordan Phillips were listed as limited, but they had veteran rest. Also, full practice for Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano. So good signs on the Bills' linebacking core. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Sabres in action tonight at 7 o'clock against Boston in Boston. We'll have pregame starting at 6. Jordan Greenway expected to make his debut, and no one knows yet who is starting in goal for the Sabres. Probably either going to be Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen or Colton Ellis. Blue Jays win last night 6-1 over the Dodgers. They are 1 win away from the World Series. Games 6 and 7, if there is one, will both be in Toronto starting tomorrow night is Game 6 at 8. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. World Series rolls on. Great performance from the Jays in a Game 5 win, back for Game 6 in Toronto. Coming up, they can close it out and win the World Series.
I saw Ohtani is 0 for 7 in his last 2 games since he got on base 9 times in Game 3. They figured him out.
They did.
The picture of him swinging and missing with the helmet falling off at the same time as Savage is walking off the mound. Yeah. I said yesterday the Guerrero Ohtani picture needs to be a statue. I think this one also needs to be a statue.
It is funny.
We need 2 statues at Rogers Center that feature Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. Savage walking off the mound as Ohtani is striking out is kind of like when Steph Curry turns around when a 3 is already going in.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sal, good morning. How are you today?
Pretty good, guys. Pretty good. I think that game going so late really did impact Ohtani. He's known to have 12 hours sleep per night. Really.
I saw that, meant to bring that up.
12 hours sleep.
I cannot imagine sleeping 12 hours consecutively.
I know, me neither.
I don't think I've done it in my life.
Every night, too.
I know, right? Well, especially now. Yeah, you're never going to do that now. You have kids, buddy.
Right.
But yeah, I actually do think that it impacted him. It certainly impacted him, I think, on the mound the next night.
Yeah.
But I think the last 2 nights. So I bet you he has a bit of a resurgence when they go back to Toronto and they have a day off. That would be my prediction.
He'll get 18 hours of sleep today, just kind of catching up on a travel day.
18 hours.
Yeah, right.
All right, Sal, so let's get to the injury report. What's going on with the Bills? And comments yesterday from Sean McDermott and Josh Allen, among others. It's Chiefs week. It's a big one. I saw Deion Walker said on One Bills Live, there's a bit of a maybe added intensity this week. The rookie kind of picking up some vibes. But heading into this game, what's the rest of the mood down there? Maybe a rookie notices a little uptick, but for the Bills, they'd be through this many, many times, of course, with the Chiefs and with other big games.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard to. We asked Jordan Phillips the same thing. Like, he's been through these games. It's people say one game at a time and every game is the same. Is that really true? And he said, you want to say yes, though it's the Chiefs, right? But you can't let that get into your preparation. You still have to do everything the same. You stick to your process. You stick to what you do every week to get ready for an opponent. It doesn't matter what the logo is on the side of the helmet. You're still scheming against what they do and who they are personnel-wise. You're not playing against the Chiefs record. You're not playing against the Chiefs Super Bowl rings. You're playing against the 2025 Kansas City Chiefs. You're playing against Patrick Mahomes and Chris Jones, and that's what you have to do. And I think anybody would recognize the stakes of the 2 teams and the highlight of it. But I always, years ago, guys, I think this was a bit more of a thing like to think about for the Bills, but they're so used to being in big games now and playing night games and, playoff games. So I don't think so. I just know that, they know they're playing the Chiefs and the Chiefs know they're playing the Bills. Patrick Mahomes, did you hear what he said? He's like, they don't like us in Buffalo. We know that. Like, they just don't like us. So, yeah, I mean, I think everybody understands that.
So, Sal, what's going on at linebacker? We got some injuries, players coming back, and McDermott was asked about Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano. And I feel like it's murky what they might do here.
Yeah, do you want to go through the injury report first, or do you want to talk about
let's do that
way
first.
We can kind of set it up and lay it out. So, so yesterday Daquan Jones and Joshua Palmer did not practice, and not much of a surprise. They've missed, some time here, and Sean McDermott had called them week to week, so we know that's the case. They also listed as limited. By the way, also not practicing was Ray Davis, but he was sick. He had an illness.
Okay.
They also listed as limited with a vet rest day, Jordan Phillips and Joey Bosa, and we were told they were going to do individual only and not take team reps. Same with Shaq Thompson, we were told, but then it shows up on the injury report that Shaq Thompson was listed with a hamstring. So you wonder, did something happen additionally? And I will say he did some media after, so generally that's a sign that I'm not too worried. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That he was talking after practice some media. When it comes to Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano, both full participants, great news. You can see them. I had the video of them over at Sal Sports. People want to see that. So that's encouraging. But I thought it was notable when Sean McDermott was asked about the linebackers specifically, Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano, and coming back, and then specifically about Bernard, kind of, and I'm going to paraphrase, like, is it his job when he comes back? Is he the starting middle linebacker as soon as he's healthy? And Sean didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He basically said, Terrell sees things like a coach. He's a leader out there, and he's where he's supposed to be or whatever. But there's always things that we all can improve on. So I just thought that was interesting, right? Because
yeah, right.
I don't think any of us would argue that Shaq Thompson's been their most consistent linebacker this year. He's probably been their best linebacker this year. I don't think Terrell Bernard is having his best season. I think it's notable that Sean McDermott said it that way, to be quite honest with you. Now, it also could be because you want Shaq Thompson and Joe Andreessen and Dorian Williams to keep fighting every day for as many snaps as they can get, because that's great to have. Because that's competitive right there, right? But I do think it's interesting that last game, Terrell Bernard suited up, but he didn't play. And at the end of the game, Sean McDermott said, well, that was medical more than anything else. But they didn't play him. It was Shaq Thompson. And then you get that quote yesterday.
The question I would have, Sal, is like, of all the opponents for them to prefer Bernard, I would think, like, wouldn't this be one of them?
You mean to play him this week?
Yeah, you'd prefer.
Just because the Chiefs are
not a power run team. Like, if it's Baltimore,
right.
I'll listen to it. If it's the Colts, I'll listen to it. But you're going to need. I would think you want your best coverage linebackers in this game. And if Bernard were available but not playing, like, that would surprise me.
I agree. So I wonder if it's a week-to-week basis game plan thing.
Mm-hmm.
That could be it too. And it could be down to down, guys, right? There's nothing that says they can't play all of them or both of them or whatever, right? And we know that. So I wonder, or does it just, hey, that's Terrell Bernard's spot. When he's healthy, he's in, and we play it from there. Could be that. I agree with you, though. Now, no Isaiah Pacheco most likely this week for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
I know people say, who cares? They run by committee. Right, but that matters. You're taking away their starting running back. But I will say they might have to play a little differently because Kareem Hunt is different than Isaiah Pacheco. And if Kareem Hunt is their starting running back, he is a more straightforward type of running back than Isaiah Pacheco. So they might play a little more physical, or try to, at least for the Buffalo Bills. But I do agree with your point, Jeremy, overall, yes, about Terrell Bernard and about Matt Milano.
All right, Sal. So other things to watch. Gabe Davis activated or moved to the active practice squad from practice squad injured list, right? Because with the elevations of Jordan Poyer and Jordan Phillips signed to the active roster, they had spots on the practice squad. So Gabe Davis on the practice squad now, which means he's elevation eligible. And maybe we're all just reading too much into it, Sal, but do you think there's a likelihood that Gabe Davis would be elevated for this game?
I do think it's possible. By the way, I did not mention that Matt Prater showed up on the injury report with a calf injury, right calf, as limited. It could have been something that happened at practice yesterday. It could have just been that he was sore and they just listed him at the end of it because they took a couple reps off. We'll find out more today. Just want to throw it out there. As far as Gabe is concerned, yes, we've been talking. I've been telling you guys for a couple of weeks. Said it yesterday when I came out with you guys. At some point, Gabe Davis is going to get on the practice squad. And sure enough, it happened a few hours later. He's out there. He's practicing. We talked with him after practice. He said he feels good. He said he's been running for a couple of weeks, and he's been doing a lot of running, actually, and he feels really good. He said that, when they want him to play, he'll play. But that's to the people upstairs and the trainers and the coaches. Is it possible Gabe Davis plays this week? Yes. I don't know. I don't know. I would sit here normally and say, they're going to give it some time. But they did this with Max Harrison last week. He played right away. So I'm going to think that it's possible. I don't know if it's likely, though. That is still a position where, to me, different than corner, and I know Gabe has been here, But I specifically asked him yesterday, like, what about getting back acclimated to the offense and Josh? And he did remind me and everybody, he left for a year and learned a whole new offense, right? And then he comes back to Buffalo. So I do think you have to at least have that little bit of, okay, is he on the same page as Josh? Get those reps. It could be this Sunday. They could elevate him. What does that look like around the roster? I'm not sure. Joshua Palmer's going to be out most likely.
Yep.
That gives you 5 receivers. Gabe could become a 6th. Would then you only activate 5, and then would Curtis Samuel or Elijah Moore not play? People assume it's Tyrell Shavers immediately. I wouldn't do that. Tyrell Shavers plays special teams. I don't think Gabe Davis is covering kicks, right? I mean, I just wouldn't see that. So I do think it's possible. I don't know how likely it is.
Is it Elijah Moore in that spot or Curtis Samuel? I mean, I don't think we're getting all the way to like Keon Coleman's a healthy scratch, but there's no doubt that right now, like the conversation around Coleman, it feels like it's turning a little bit from a conversation about the group and maybe more kind of focusing on the fact that the reason the group struggles so mightily is because Coleman right now is just not giving them what they had hoped he would.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Last week, the way that the Bills handled personnel and the changes they made, and this includes what happened at linebacker and the fact that, not going to say Bernard didn't play because what Sean McDermott said was, hey, it was medical and all that. I get it. But, they made some changes, and Max Harrison played, and Jordan Hancock played, and I wouldn't doubt anything. It wouldn't be on the table at this point, to be honest with you. I think it would be super stunning to me still if Keon Coleman was not active for everything you said. I think they still believe that he can be a difference maker. They just have to figure out, the best role and where to put him and how to use him and things like that. And he's got to be able to win. There's no doubt about that. But I wouldn't be surprised at anything at this point, guys. I mean, the changes and things that they did last week tell me that they're willing to make changes if necessary.
Yeah, the thing I just mentioned, Sal, last segment was that like what Davis might be for me is he's an opportunity to take Coleman off the field if you feel like he isn't earning the snaps. Because he hasn't really been playing well, and we've known about these disciplinary things that have happened a couple times, but he still plays a lot. And is that just because they don't feel like they are comfortable with the alternative? Well, now they have a guy that we know historically are comfortable with. So I same thing. I don't think Coleman becomes like a healthy scratch. I just wonder if Davis could eventually start cutting into his playing time.
It's possible, right? First thing has to happen is he has to be elevated, and then what does it look like around the wide receiver? Because again, Joe, if you do that, the only thing is who's coming out. Is anybody coming out, right? And then you have to, and then depending on that, let's say someone comes out and you only go with 5, including Gabe and including Keon, and then what does that snap share look like, right? So there's probably a lot of moving parts. I don't disagree with you. I just I think everything is on the table at this point and what they want to do here and how they want to play it going forward. We'll see. So they have until 4 p.m. Saturday, as you guys know, to make any elevations or changes to the roster. But right now, because Jordan Phillips and Jordan Poyer were signed to the 53-man roster, and Gabe Davis was activated to the practice squad. And by the way, that does count for people who are wondering. I looked into this yesterday. He does count as one of the 8 IR to return designations they get for the season. So they've had 3 now. Max Harrison and Tylan Grable immediately counted when they went on IR. But I don't want to sit here and say like anything is not possible at this point, because I think last week again they were willing to make some changes.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio. Anything we missed, Sal? I mean, it's a big week. It's Chiefs week. I don't want to focus too much on injuries or this or that or other things that came out of yesterday's press conference. Whether it's Josh Allen, what he had to say about the matchup, what McDermott had to say. Like anything we missed?
No, I think a lot of it was looking back, talking with guys about the impact of Hoyt and Ogunjobi.
Okay. And
so many guys like talking about Michael Hoyt and like what he really does for this defense. And it's what it was. I feel really good about the fact that, for weeks I was saying, man, I watched what they did with this guy at training camp and, preseason. And I just think they really have a plan, and that really kind of came to fruition. But now the Chiefs see it on film, right? They're going to have a little bit more of a plan of what maybe the Carolina Panthers had and how that goes. I think some of the storyline is on the other side this week, too, guys, with still no Josh Simmons for the Chiefs. Their excellent left tackle. He's been away for personal reasons and a lot of questions about what's going on there. No Isaiah Pacheco, most likely, right? So looks like Trey Smith is going to be back, but he did practice yesterday. But their offensive line's been a bit banged up. So I do think both sides here have some questions to answer, health wise and roster wise going into Sunday.
What about Bass, Sal? Could he be healthy right now?
Good question. So he could, now because he's on IR, he can't practice with the team, as you guys know.
Right.
They have not opened his window to return, so he can't practice with the team. That doesn't mean he can't kick on his own. He's a kicker, right? He can go out and he can kick, and he can even go off to the side and separately kick with someone holding for him.
He can come closer to practicing his position than any other player.
Yes, that's exactly right, Joe. So let's just say we find out today that something did happen to Matt Prater, and he might not be able to kick. The Bills could activate Tyler Bass. He could go all week and not practice, and suddenly we just find out he's on the roster at 4 p.m. on Saturday, and then they'd have to make a roster move, obviously. But yes, he would be an option. He could be an option depending on what his health status is. Yes, or in that case they could go out and obviously sign somebody else like they've already had to do earlier this year.
All right, Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
All right. Carrington Harrison of the Drive in KC. He joins us top of the hour. We've got time for your phone calls on the other side, 803-0550. Some other notes along the way, NFL notes, of course. We'll keep you updated on the rumors out there, any sort of stuff regarding the most popular name in the entire NFL this last 3-4 weeks is Rashid Shaheed. I had someone send me
a receiver that wears number 22.
His sister's account on Twitter, and she liked a tweet about trading Shaheed.
All right.
That's where we're at.
There we go. Something.
That's where we're at. All right, 803-0550. If you want to get a call in, we'll chat with you on the other side, and we'll also talk with Carrington Harrison on this Chiefs offense. What is so different that all of a sudden they are putting up points the way they had not in the last 2 seasons? Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. So, where to begin?
Gabe Davis?
Sure.
I think Gabe Davis.
I think
he's the story of the day. I think
he's going to play. He's going to dress. And is he going to play? He's going to play?
I think he's going to play.
I think he's going to play too.
And I don't know how much he's going to play right away, but I think there's a real possibility that he is he's not just going to play, he's going to play. He's going to be a guy on the offense a lot. I don't know if he's going to play majority of snaps a lot, but, when he was here, he was one of those guys that would always lead the team in snaps.
Yep.
So that's Coleman right now. The guy that is really occupying his spot is the guy you're probably most disappointed in on the entire offense.
Chance to win 2 tickets to see Eric Church with special guest Ella Langley at KeyBank Center on February 13th,
he's here
courtesy
now.
of Messina
We know
Touring
he
Group.
can
Tickets
do
are
the
on
job
sale now at
a reasonable level.
Ticketmaster.com.
So if we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, this dude is coming in and he's playing your spot. And maybe that could be good for Keon. I mean, that could have him moving to the slot and moving to different positions that actually he would even be better in. But I think Davis is maybe going to play meaningful snaps, not just 5 routes in a game, 10 snaps in a game.
All right.
I think we're talking half the snaps type workload in line for him at some point soon.
I thought it was notable when Sean McDermott was asked about the linebackers specifically, Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano and coming back, and then specifically about Bernard, and I'm going to paraphrase, is it his job when he comes back? Is he the starting middle linebacker as soon as he's healthy? And Sean didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He basically said, Terrell sees things like a coach. He's a leader out there, and he's where he's supposed to be or whatever, but there's always things that we all can improve on. So I just thought that was interesting, right? Because
yeah, right.
I don't think any of us would argue that Shaq Thompson's been their most consistent linebacker this year. He's probably been their best linebacker this year. I don't think Terrell Bernard is having his best season. I think it's notable that Sean McDermott said it that way, to be quite honest with you. Now, It also could be because you want Shaq Thompson and Joe Andreessen and Dorian Williams to keep fighting every day for as many snaps as they can get, because that's great to have. That's competitive right there, right? But I do think it's interesting that last game, Terrell Bernard suited up, but he didn't play. And at the end of the game, Sean McDermott said, well, that was medical more than anything else. But they didn't play him. It was Shaq Thompson, and then you get that quote yesterday.
The question I would have, Sal, is like, of all the opponents for them to prefer Bernard, I would think, like, wouldn't this be one of them?
You mean to play him this week?
Yeah, you'd prefer.
Just because the Chiefs are
not a power run team. Like, if it's Baltimore, right, I'll listen to it. If it's the Colts, I'll listen to it. But you're going to need. I would think you want your best coverage linebackers in this game. And if Bernard were available but not playing, like, that would surprise me.
I agree. So I wonder if it's a week-to-week basis game plan thing.
Mm-hmm.
That could be it too. And it could be down to down, guys, right? There's nothing that says they can't play all of them or both of them or whatever, right? And we know that. So I wonder, or is it just, hey, that's Terrell Bernard's spot. When he's healthy, he's in, and we play it from there.
Sabres and Bruins tonight from Boston. May I must win this game? May I? Come on. You can't lose to Boston. They're bad. And they're not even that far behind you, but they're bad.
They're bad.
You must win.
Who's playing goal tonight?
We'll find out. Joe in Rochester. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. You were talking about Keon Coleman before Sal joined, and I just wanted to chime in with a question. I want your opinion on this.
Mm-hmm.
What we liked, I guess, about Keon coming out of the draft was his ability to run the gauntlet drill. They showed it over and over again. Catching the ball on the run seems to be something he's really good at. My question to you is, are the Bills putting him in that position? From what I see as a fan, they throw him those back shoulders. They throw him jump balls. Have they ever thrown him I think he got a slant one slant, and he was tackled quickly last week. What are your thoughts on their game plan for him with that gauntlet drill in my mind?
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, he reached the top speed of any player of the combine on the gauntlet drill, which was a point to be made about his play speed versus 40 time. And I thought that was, a fair thing to say. He ran a drill faster than anyone, and that was the most football-related drill, running and catching. Last year, he was one of the best receivers in the NFL in yards after catch, over expectation. Mm-hmm. He has returned punts before. Like he did
it on Sunday.
Right.
He returned a punt on Sunday.
But in college, he returned punts.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like we've seen him make plays with the ball in his hands, and, are the Bills putting him in the best position for him to succeed? I think there's a pretty large no to that. And the question always kind of has been, from the moment he was drafted, well, his best position you have filled. And they thought, well, we can put him out there, and that has just not worked. So do they get him in position to run those routes? I think of one route he has run where what is the gauntlet route? Like a deep dig, where he's cutting across the field. They threw him that against, is it Jacksonville last year? He scored a touchdown where he caught it and ran to the corner. Might have been Jacksonville. I don't know who
Jacksonville,
it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've seen him catch that in training camp. So
part of what, even what isn't one part of what Steve Smith said yesterday that those routes for him, he might get to that speed eventually, but it takes so long for him to get there that by that point, Allen's onto his third read or the play's over.
Right, and the problem is if you're running that kind of route from the outside and you're pressed in any way, you got to get past the corner.
Right, and if he bumps you at the beginning, that's going to take you even longer to get that.
Yeah, Steve Smith on his podcast, his point was Allen looks over there all the time and then just moves off him because he's not winning those battles.
Or it's taking too long for him to win those battles.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. If you wanted to assign why isn't it working, some of it's the player, some of it is the things that are happening with him are not a surprise unless they're a surprise to the Bills. The Bills drafted him and said, we can play him out there. And a lot of people said, I bet you can't. So he runs go routes, he runs back shoulders and jump ball fades, and,
and catches a third of them.
803-0550. Carrington Harrison on the Chiefs. He joins us every time we talk Chiefs. He talks Chiefs in Kansas City. He'll tell us what's going on there with the Chiefs. Why are they so much better? What about it has come together for them? Because their offense looks dangerous yet again. 803-0550, your calls after we chat with Carrington. It's coming up here on WGR.
It's where the Coleman failure so far just really hurts. And also, he is kind of different than a lot of these young players the Bills have had, where, Cook in his rookie year or Elam for years or whoever,
He's Bills, on the field all the time.
That's the thing.
It's not a lack of opportunity.
When have you ever seen another young player that the Bills have kind of just handed it to? Here you go. It's not really happening. It's not really going well. It's not even going well off the field, for at least the little bits that we get, because all we know is the two disciplinary actions that have happened in 2 years. When have you ever seen the Bills treat a guy like this that isn't really earning it?
Tailgate Trivia is back, presented by Total Sports Enterprises Buffalo. Listen during every Bills game for your chance to call in, answer the trivia question, and win autographed Bills merch, courtesy of TSC Buffalo.
Of examples of, hey, this guy's really not doing it right away as a young guy. What happens with Landon Jackson? He doesn't get handed an opportunity. He's inactive for 7 games.
Right.
I thought it was notable when Sean McDermott was asked about the linebackers specifically, Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano and coming back, and then specifically about Bernard, and I'm going to paraphrase, is it his job when he comes back? Is he the starting middle linebacker as soon as he's healthy? And Sean didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He basically said, Terrell sees things like a coach. He's a leader out there, and, he's where he's supposed to be or whatever, but there's always things that we all can improve on. So I just thought that was interesting, right? Because I don't think any of us would argue that Shaq Thompson's been their most consistent linebacker this year. He's probably been their best linebacker this year. I don't think Terrell Bernard is having his best season. I think it's notable that Sean McDermott said it that way, to be quite honest with you. Now, It also could be because you want Shaq Thompson and Joe Andreessen and Dorian Williams to keep fighting every day for as many snaps as they can get, because that's great to have. That's competitive right there, right? But I do think it's interesting that last game, Terrell Bernard suited up, but he didn't play. And at the end of the game, Sean McDermott said, well, that was medical more than anything else. But they didn't play him. It was Shaq Thompson, and then you get that quote yesterday.
The question I would have, Sal, is like, of all the opponents for them to prefer Bernard, I would think, like, wouldn't this be one of them?
You mean to play him this week?
Yeah, you'd prefer.
Just because the Chiefs are
not a power run team. Like, if it's Baltimore, I'll listen to it. If it's the Colts, I'll listen to it. But you're going to need. I would think you want your best coverage linebackers in this game. And if Bernard were available but not playing, like, that would surprise me.
I agree. So I wonder if it's a week-to-week basis game plan thing.
Mm-hmm.
That could be it too. And it could be down to down, guys, right? There's nothing that says they can't play all of them or both of them or whatever, right? And we know that. So I wonder, or does it just, hey, that's Terrell Bernard's spot. When he's healthy, he's in, and we play it from there.
Davis became a player that it's funny. He was boom or bust. He was always a conversation in fantasy, and he was so boom or bust that there were endless debates about whether or not he was a good enough wide receiver 2, and the answer was he probably wasn't, because he was your perfect wide receiver 3-4 that you're going to splash in every once in a while. So does he slot properly now, where if you were to rank their targets, I go Shakir and Kincaid 1 and 2. Now I've got Gabe in 3, finger quotes. Maybe. Can he give you more than Curtis Samuel's been giving you? Can he give you more than Elijah Moore's been giving you? You are not replacing anybody. Tyrell Shavers. I mean, are the Bills thinking of putting Gabe Davis and Keon Coleman out on the outsides if Palmer's unavailable, or is it Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers? Like, is Coleman going to inactive status if Gabe is elevated to to the active roster for this game? The whole thing, I don't know.
I don't know if it goes that far.
Well, it's definitely not an ideal scenario. I don't think anybody would debate that. But here we are, and I think the tone of it is that Gabe is going to dress for this game. They activated Max Hairston.
Yep.
He practiced and played. And for Gabe, he's been on the practice squad. Sal asked him, you haven't been practicing, how you been doing? He's been running. He's been doing his own stuff. So they finally got a practice squad spot for him by elevating Jordan Phillips and Jordan Poyer. And all right, now you're on the practice squad, and now you can start getting elevations. And when would they use these elevations? When Josh Palmer is unavailable. So, to me, it looks like I think he's going to play.
Bills and Chiefs on Sunday. Could see Gabe Davis's season debut for the Buffalo Bills. He was activated off the practice squad IR list yesterday to the practice squad, and now they get 3 elevations for Davis. So see if they use that on Sunday. Their injury report from yesterday included no practice for Ray Davis, Daquan Jones, or Josh Palmer. Meanwhile, limited was Matt Prater with a right calf injury, Shaq Thompson with a hamstring injury, and full practices for Matt Milano and Terrell Bernard. Sean McDermott would not confirm, though, that they are the 2 starting linebackers if both 100% healthy. Thursday Night Football tonight, Dolphins and Ravens just after 8 o'clock. Also, the Sabres are in action tonight at 7 against the Boston Bruins. Don't know who's starting in goal, but it's supposed to be Jordan Greenway's season debut tonight. Puck drop at 7. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. And last night in the World Series, the Blue Jays win 6-1. They take a 3-2 series lead over the Dodgers. They can win it all tomorrow night in Toronto just after 8. Game 7 would also be in Toronto if they get there. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Join WGR and Bud Light for Buffalo Football Friday Happy Hour. Schopp and Bulldog will be broadcasting live this Friday, 3 to 7 at Neighbors Pub, 337 Kenmore Avenue. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly, 21 plus.
But Kansas City continuing to hit their stride.
No doubt. As Rice makes the catch for the touchdown.
All right, it's Chiefs week. Bills and Chiefs. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe with you here on WGR. Happy Thursday, 8:07 here. Forecast for Halloween tomorrow. Maybe the rain holds off. Might be windy, might be chilly. Forecast for Sunday, a nice overcast fall evening day/evening. Forecast for Sunday, high of 52, and, clouds rolling in. It'll be Bills and Chiefs, and, of course, the stakes are, they are what they kind of always are. We go to the Wester Hotline to chat with our old friend Carrington Harrison. I sent him a text. They simply wrote, old friend, ... As we do this at least once a year, Carrington, and we often do it twice a year because the Bills and Chiefs are rivals, colleagues, whatever word you want to put on it. These games are happening a lot, and they're always interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to come on with you guys. We have a little joke in Kansas City that Kansas City celebrates the Super Bowl in February, and Buffalo celebrates it in November. So really excited to come on with you guys to preview the Super Bowl.
See, the problem is people are already mad at you, and now they're not going to trust your opinion on the Chiefs. But I still trust it because I know you like to throw a little jab, and Bills fans, I think they can take it. So, Carrington, the big story is about the Chiefs so far. Their offense appears to be back to prior to the last 2 years kind of level, right? Like they're scoring 28 again. They're ripping the ball all around the field. What I noticed from last week's game was they turned it over twice and had 9 penalties for 95 yards and still got their offense going. So what is different, and how different do you think it is offensively for them right now?
I wouldn't put a whole lot of stock in how the Chiefs played in the first half last week. I mean, the Chiefs had 2 turnovers in the season heading into Monday Night Football, and they just got off to a little bit of a weird start. But you're right, after halftime, the Chiefs just basically decided that this is the end of the game. They scored back-to-back touchdown drives to make it 21-7, and then it was baseball time around these parts watching the World Series. What's different since the last time that you and I have talked about these two teams? It's really just the pass catchers for Kansas City. They just have more weapons and more options. You got Rashee Rice back. He's been unguardable with the way that Andy uses him, with the way they put him in motion, with the way that they try to get him the football. He's been fantastic. You got Xavier Worthy now in year 2. You add Tyquan Thornton. You add Juju Smith-Schuster. You got just everybody's kind of filling their role. And I think it's really helped open up Travis Kelce now, he's second in receiving yards from tight ends this season at 36 years old. So I think the biggest difference is, it's their offensive line. Their offensive line is better than it was a season ago. It's just a much more cohesive unit. And also, they just have more weapons. They just have more things to play with now than they did last season.
Is that really all it took also for the Mahomes numbers to go back to what they kind of used to be, at least in the regular season? Because he's probably tracking towards an MVP level stat line by the end of this.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit surprised if he didn't win MVP at this point. I think there's only probably 4 players that can realistically win it. Mahomes is one. Josh Allen is one. We'll see how this goes. Baker Mayfield is probably still in the conversation. And Drake May. I hate the fact that Jonathan Taylor, who might run for 2,000 yards and have 24 touchdowns, has no chance of winning it. But we just determined that he can just win Offensive Player of the Year. So, yeah, I think that's all that's needed. I told you guys this last year. I just believe that explosive plays come from explosive players. And I think the Chiefs over the last couple of years have just given Mahomes bargain basement prices and expected the world from him. I think now that you've given him comparable pieces, I think you've seen that the great regular season quarterback has always been there. He just needs a better infrastructure around him.
So how do they have 3 losses? What has happened to knock them down earlier in the season, because they did lose early?
It's a good question. I mean, some of it was just they didn't have Rashee Rice and they didn't have Xavier Worthy in those first two games, and their offense just really stalled. I mean, there was a point in the Chiefs season that I would say that it turned. It turned in Sunday Night Football against the Giants. It was tied 9-9 against the Giants in the first half, and at least the urban legend is Creed Humphrey, their center, started yelling. It was kind of like that scene from Friday Night Lights with Preacher Man, who never talks, and then he starts yelling, and then all of a sudden it turns things around. And ever since then, the Chiefs have been one of the three best offenses in the National Football League. So some of it has just kind of been mistakes. You know, in the game against Philadelphia, Travis Kelce bobbles the ball. It then causes an interception. In the game against the Chargers, it's 3rd and 14. They can get off the field. They don't get off of the field. In the game against Jacksonville, Patrick Mahomes throws the interception, and that ends up being the big swing in the game. So, I mean, that's some of it, too, is they just made mistakes early on. But, I mean, during this homestand, I mean, they were incredible. I mean, they outscored their opponents 89-24 over those three games. I mean, they allowed 7 points in their last two games. So, offensively, they're playing on a high level, and defensively, they are as well.
Defensively high level. Like I'd seen early in the season that maybe it was not going too well. We all saw the clip of Chris Jones against the Jags, right? Like I don't know what the explanation was there, but the defense looks like it's fine to you.
Yeah, I mean it certainly has been. I mean, you know, that to me was kind of the come to Jesus moment, I think, for kind of everybody. As I mentioned, the interception with Mahomes, the Chris Jones, he was really a big focus locally during that time. And then, I mean, this team they were 2-3 a couple of weeks ago at home against the Lions on Sunday Night Football. And, you know, the Lions, their offense, just how complete they are, you know, it was a little nervousness heading into that. The Chiefs won that game 30-17. They played really well. They held the Lions to under 100-yard rushing. They held Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, all of those guys in check, and they've really just been in a roll. Now, if you want to find one question, I mean, they've only beaten one good team this year. They beat the Detroit Lions. This is them going on the road and playing another really good team in a really hostile environment. So I don't know how much you can take from them just beating up on the Raiders and the Commanders the last 2 weeks. But, I mean, that's the big question heading into this. Now going on the road, this offense, this defense, in a game that's really important, not just in the AFC West, in which they have a really important race, but also in the AFC picture where, I mean, there are four teams that can get the one seed. The Chiefs are one of those teams.
So the defense is looking better and the offense is looking better. Like, other than that, you just kind of went through, like, how they've only beaten one good team. Like, what on the roster is really a question right now going into this game for them? I mean, the run game, I guess, right, just because of the Pacheco injury?
Yeah, but the thing about the run game is, I mean, they just kind of found a rhythm with it. I mean, this isn't a great running team. Like, that's not their calling card. Now, they use the short passing game as an extension of the run game. Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, that's kind of how they do it. But, like, they're not going to run the football effectively. If you're looking for one thing, I would say special teams. They have this special teams player named Jack Cochran. He commits a holding penalty just about every single week. Harrison Butker's been kind of shaky. I mean, he missed a kick in their first 6 games, whether it was an extra point or a regular field goal. So, I mean, I would say that's probably the biggest weakness for Kansas City right now is special teams, but their offense and defense have played so well the last couple of weeks with the special teams. It just hasn't really been a big topic of conversation.
Carrington Harrison on the Western Hotline chatting about Chiefs-Bills. So, Carrington, what is the formula for the Bills to beat the Chiefs? If you've seen them lose, sloppiness, a Kelce turnover. You mentioned he had one go off his hands also in the Washington game. Like, are the Chiefs a team that you feel like they only lose when they beat themselves, which is something that Bills fans often feel about the Bills?
I don't know if the formula to beat Kansas City is really much different than what we've kind of seen before. I mean, if you look at the last 4 games between these two teams, it always comes down to one play. The AFC Championship game, Travis Kelce and Kadarius Toney with the lateral, Josh Allen going forward on 4th down. Like, there's no question in my mind that this game is going to be close heading into the final 15 minutes. And I think the plan is really, really simple. It's get pressure on Patrick Mahomes. When he's had a clean pocket with their offensive line, I mean, he's been virtually unstoppable so far this year. But I thought we saw early on in the season, I mean, if there is a weakness with Mahomes' game, we've seen it in multiple Super Bowls. If you get a little bit of pressure, he gets skittish, he runs around, and it just disrupts the timing of their offense. So I don't know if the blueprint to beat Kansas City is really any different today than it was 5 years ago. They just have a better offensive line and more weapons around them now than they've had probably in the last 3 years.
So what's the pick?
I'm picking Kansas City. You know, last year I picked Buffalo to win this game. Yeah. Right now, I just think the Chiefs are better than the Bills at the things that matter. I think their quarterback is playing better. I think their offense is better. I think their defense is better. than Buffalo's is at this point right now. I just think Kansas City, I understand record-wise, it doesn't say that they're the best team. I think the Chiefs are the best team in the league right now. Now, that's fluid. That can change in 2 weeks. But I think right now the Chiefs are the best team in the league. So it's just hard for me to pick against them heading into this matchup.
All right. Fair enough. Carrington Harrison on the Chiefs. Maybe we'll chat again in the postseason, and this game could determine if the two teams do meet, where they meet, because you mentioned there's 4 teams alive for the 1 seed. Whoever loses this game has a big fight to get any home game.
Well, I'm going to tell you guys this. I bet on Buffalo to be the 1 seed at the very beginning of the season. If you guys can't cash in this year, you will regret this for a very, very long time, because your schedule was tailor-made to host the AFC Championship game. So if the Bills got to go on the road to either Indianapolis or Kansas City, something went terribly wrong for the Bills in the regular season.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it might just be the Patriots.
Right.
This is the thing that went terribly wrong. Their schedule also.
Very easy.
Cake, yeah.
For sure. No, absolutely. You know what? Everybody loves Drake May. The one thing we love in the NFL is flavor of the month. Last year, it was Jaden Daniels. Everybody loved Jaden Daniels. And now everybody loves Drake May. Next year, we'll love Garrett Nussmeier. This is what we do.
Yeah. Thanks, Carrington.
I appreciate you guys.
All right. Carrington Harrison on the Wester Hotline on the Chiefs. It's funny, like, he comes on and throws a jab. And there's Bills fans might think, like, this guy's an idiot. I'm not listening to him. He's like, I picked the Bills to pick the 1 seed, to get the 1 seed. Like, all right, fine.
Yeah.
No, he's fair. And he said it's the joke in Kansas City. You're telling me that wouldn't be the joke in Buffalo if the roles were reversed?
Of course it would.
Of course that's what you do. Anyway.
It's definitely better than the alternative, right, of having, like, what would be more torturous? Beating them every year in the regular season and losing every year in the playoffs, or losing both in the regular season and in the playoffs?
It'd be the same. It would be the same.
But it would be different. No, it would be different sounding. Like, this is just about, like, we know you could beat them, you just for some reason can't do it in the postseason. If the Chiefs had beaten the Bills in the regular season the last 4 years, it would just be, you have no way of ever beating this team at all.
If they had beaten the Bills 8 times in a row,
it would,
in all contests.
Right. It would be like,
right.
It'd be like Federer against Nadal on clay. Just like, it's not possible.
My theory is, are the Bills losing in the playoffs the same way they have?
Sure.
Which is, you feel like they could have and should have won?
Sure.
I think it's largely the same.
I think you'd be in the minority, though.
Okay. I think it'd be large.
If they were 0-8.
What's the minority? What's the majority? The majority would say we can't beat them under any circumstances.
Yeah, if they haven't done it.
You have the 13 seconds game. You're like, we just can't beat them under any circumstances, which, by the way, the final few throws of that game came across my Twitter feed, and I watched every one of them.
For both teams or for the Bills?
For both teams. The Tyreek Hill touchdown.
The last drive for the Bills, I think, are there 4 Gabe passes where he beats a guy one-on-one on that last drive? Like, the last Bills drive.
Should we know that guy's name? What's that guy's name?
The guy that he kept beating?
Yes.
Was it the same guy?
I think so. I mean,
if it's the same guy, yes, we should absolutely
Tyrann Mathieu went out of that game early, and then the Bills started roasting.
But this was a corner that they were going after.
It wasn't Sorensen? Was that the guy?
Well, he was a safety.
A couple times he's like one-on-one and just like throws a foot in the ground and guy falls down.
I thought that was a corner. The guy that on the, not the last Davis touchdown, but the one before it on 4th and 13.
Yeah.
4th and 13, he breaks that, I thought, corner's ankles. He falls, and he's wide open in the end zone. If that's the same guy that kept letting it happen, then yeah, we probably should know his name. I don't know his name.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I got a tweet during the interview that I thought was kind of funny to get to. Jerry wrote in, I don't want to hear about Mahomes and the Chiefs didn't have Worthy or Rice. Josh has never had the weapons Mahomes has had his entire career, and Josh still doesn't have them.
Well, I mean, he had Diggs.
He did.
And Sanders and Beasley and Brown. I mean, there was one point where he did.
I also saw a number on Mahomes that, the whole get to Mahomes and you'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's one number here that was, dramatic. Let's just say that. And I saw another video of like Warren Sharp maybe, or there's so much. Everybody's paying attention to this game. Let me go through all of my Twitter, my likes and my bookmarks to tell you a couple different things. There was one video that I saw the other day that was the rules of playing the Chiefs. It's not just rush him. You can't rush past him. If you are Bosa, Epinesa, Rousseau, Michael Hoyt, when you are rushing him, you never can rush past him. Because what will he do? Step up, make a play, run, scramble. He's scrambling more this year than he has, and he's scrambling effectively. But the thing I saw about Mahomes yesterday was this gets to the point of quarterbacks in your first read and outside of structure. Right now, Mahomes leads the league in EPA per dropback, number one. And the bigger one that I think is why when they were at their best, playing them was just tear your hair out maddening. They are back to exactly that. And here's the number. QB efficiency throwing beyond the first read. All right? So when the first read isn't there and the quarterback has to go to the second read or the third or create, right now in the NFL, there are two quarterbacks, that have a positive EPA per pass attempt after their first read. It's Mahomes and Jaden Daniels. Allen is above average, but not elite in this territory right now. Mahomes, to this exact point, he's number one. The gap from Mahomes to Jaden Daniels on EPA after your first read, Mahomes to Jaden Daniels, is the same gap, 1 to 2, as 2 to 24. He's
lapping
far and away the most dangerous quarterback in football this year after his first read. So if you shut down the first read, you got to get there. Getting there with 4 or getting there however you get there, it's not always get there quickly. It's you got to hold up in the secondary in order to get there, because once he gets onto his next read, he destroys teams. And he's the only one in the NFL that's doing it consistently. Jimmy in Miami. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. This to me, this is like an asteroid heading towards Highmark Stadium at 420 this coming Sunday, and I don't know how the team's going to be able to avoid this. I know the defense is playing a lot better. I love Hoyt and Ogunjobi, and Max Harrison looks like he's going to be great. Shaq Thompson looks terrific. So the defense is a lot better. But, Jeremy, you talked about the answers to the test. The NFL has tried to show NFL teams and Brandon Beane, if he was paying attention, the answers to the test on how to get to a Super Bowl. If you look at the last 5 Super Bowl teams that have gone, the ones that have won and lost, they've all had elite, if not elite, pretty darn good receiving corps that are almost elite. You can go right down the line. Cincinnati, the Rams, Tampa Bay, of course the Chiefs, the Eagles, San Francisco. They've all had receiving corps that have been outstanding. For some reason, Beane just does not want to subscribe to that solution. We have the freak for a quarterback. We have a good defense. I mean, you can win a Super Bowl with a good defense. You don't need to have an outstanding defense, like a number 1, number 2 defense in the league. But you need an offense that can score points. And I don't know. So you go back to the draft like last year when he gave the 28th pick to the Chiefs. We all know that story. And then McConkey was on the board. So we draft a slow guy because he can run a gauntlet drill and he can jump high and, maybe he can outmuscle somebody and he can block. Well, but the guy can't get open, and now we're back to the same position, and I just don't understand. What we're doing is we're turning Josh Allen into a system quarterback, this freakish, talented quarterback that has 2 plays. He throws that little out pass to Shakir, right, which is like a running play. You guys have said that many times.
Yep.
And then the slant over the middle to Kincaid. And if he doesn't have that, he runs for his life. He tries to get the receivers to create some separation amid all the chaos. And if they can't do that, he runs out of bounds and tries to get 8, 9, 10 yards. That's the 3 plays we have. So, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like if you look at these things, this is all on Beane. It's all on Beane. We have another Kaiir Elam on our hands. Now, I mean, if we got to give Coleman, I think, to the end of the year before we call him another Kaiir Elam bust.
Well, Jimmy, thanks, Rob, against the break. Listen, can Coleman figure it out or get better usage, more appropriate usage? Can they save that? That's a debate. The question that kind of goes with that is, can you afford to be trying that stuff if it's not your best stuff? Or is that going to be good enough? The goal is, of course, to draft great players and have the best players you can and put them in position to win. But the bigger thing, of course, is to win games. And last year, the Bills won a lot of games with these players on the field. It is interesting to me that, last year after the year, Coleman said post-injury, he kind of fell out of the offense and couldn't find his way back in. Mm-hmm. And they won a lot of games down the stretch and barely played him. They didn't throw to him in the AFC Championship game. Big spots. He's not.
He wasn't on the field on that final third down
Third
play.
and 10, fourth and is he on the field for 4th and 5? I don't know. I'm not sure about that one.
I don't remember.
But he was not a major factor in what they did. And if you want to say anything about the Coleman and Worthy point, forget identifying what each player does and who's better, because their numbers are they're not really that different. They're still not that different. Worthy is a presence on the field. Is he not? Teams are watching,
you gotta keep
worrying and thinking. And for Coleman, it feels like they're just not doing that at all. So can that change? Maybe. One thing that we're not saying a lot of, it's a lot about receivers. It's a lot about the coordinator. And the quarterback, we've talked about it with Joe Marino. He's not playing at an MVP level. Maybe Josh pulls out one of the virtuoso performances against Kansas City, jumps over a couple guys, throws 3 touchdowns to Kincaid, and we're all feeling great. But it probably will take your quarterback being very, very good on Sunday. And, he's had a couple games where he's not been very good. Right? Not that it's all his fault, but I think it's a couple games in a row where he's not exactly been very good.
I don't doubt, though, that also the Coleman struggles are impacting everybody. Really, you do kind of think of it I've always kind of thought they were one guy away. I said in the offseason, I still kind of think it. They're one guy away at that position. Because, Palmer in the role he's in, I think is fine. Shakir in the role he's in, I think is fine. Kincaid in the role he's in, good. Everybody else, you're fine where you are. But how much harder is it for all of those guys to do their jobs when, the difference in, what Diggs used to be versus what Coleman used to be. Diggs in his best was... Look at the Gabe Davis plays in that Kansas City 13 seconds game. He's isolated on every play because the Chiefs are paying attention to the elite guy on the other side, and they have to orbit everything around him. How much orbit is there around Keon Coleman for a defense?
Well, that's one of the things from his rookie season. I kind of said that to you. Right. He was singled up more than any receiver in football, and he does not get gravity.
But gravity, that makes it harder, I think, on Shakir, on Palmer, on Kincaid, on Cook in the pass game. I think it makes it harder on everybody when the guy that's out there, I just got to throw a good corner on him and let that sit for the rest of the day, and I can go focus on everything else, whereas teams didn't used to be able to do that to the Bills.
I don't know if the Bills need the confidence boost or if the quarterback does or if the coordinator does. I do feel like the fans could really use a shot in the arm on Sunday. Sunday could...
Definitely.
Sunday, I said it earlier in the show.
Impressed, yeah.
Sunday is 7:30, Act 2. This is the end of Act 1 of the season. The defense starts to form into what it is. We have a better idea of how they stack up against the Chiefs, and then it's all right, chase down New England. Let's see where this thing goes, and then the playoffs is Act 3. So this is the closing part of Act 1 and is going to, I think, shape a lot of how we talk about this team for the next couple months, and a win would be massive. I don't want to say the game's meaningless because I think a win would mean a lot. I'd be really impressed if this defense can have answers that other teams have struggled to have against this Kansas City attack. Be really impressed. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. We got some lines open for you. Andrew, anybody else wants to hang on, we'll get to your calls. And also start talking about tonight's Dolphins-Ravens game. Ready for it. Love Thursday Night Football.
It's been very strong this year.
It has been very strong.
I don't know if tonight will hold up.
Have we fully ditched the Thursday football is bad?
Yeah, 100%.
It's gone. Right?
Ever since Amazon, I think, came in, it's dramatically
getting some better teams. The broadcast is better. All right. More of your calls, 803-0550 on WGR. So, where to begin?
Gabe Davis?
Sure.
I think Gabe Davis.
I think
he's the story of the day. I think
he's going to play. He's going to dress. And is he going to play? He's going to play?
I think he's going to play.
I think he's going to play too.
And I don't know how much he's going to play right away, but I think there's a real possibility that he is he's not just going to play, he's going to play. He's going to be a guy on the offense a lot. I don't know if he's going to play majority of snaps a lot, but
listen for your chance to win 2 tickets to see Eric Church
was
with
one of those
special
guys
guest
who would
Ella
always
Langley
lead the
at
team
KeyBank
in
Center
snaps
on February 13th,
so
courtesy
that's
of Messina
Coleman
Touring Group.
right now.
Tickets are on sale
the guy
now
that
at
is really
Ticketmaster.com.
occupying his spot is the guy you're probably most disappointed in on the entire offense. So I don't know, maybe this is hey, Keon, get it together because he's here now. We know he can do the job at a reasonable level. So if we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, this dude is coming in and he's playing your spot. And maybe that could be good for Keon. I mean, that could have him moving to the slot and moving to different positions that actually he would even be better in. But I think Davis is maybe going to play meaningful snaps, not just 5 routes in a game, 10 snaps in a game.
All right.
I think we're talking half the snaps type workload in line for him at some point soon.
I thought it was notable when Sean McDermott was asked about the linebackers specifically, Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano and coming back, and then specifically about Bernard, and I'm going to paraphrase, is it his job when he comes back? Is he the starting middle linebacker as soon as he's healthy? And Sean didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He basically said, Terrell sees things like a coach. He's a leader out there, and he's where he's supposed to be or whatever, but there's always things that we all can improve on. So I just thought that was interesting, right? Because yeah, right. I don't think any of us would argue that Shaq Thompson's been their most consistent linebacker this year. He's probably been their best linebacker this year. I don't think Terrell Bernard is having his best season. I think it's notable that Sean McDermott said it that way, to be quite honest with you. Now, it also could be because you want Shaq Thompson and Joe Andreessen and Dorian Williams to keep fighting every day for as many snaps as they can get, because that's great to have. Because that's competitive right there, right? But I do think it's interesting that last game, Terrell Bernard suited up, but he didn't play. And at the end of the game, Sean McDermott said, well, that was medical more than anything else. But they didn't play him. It was Shaq Thompson. And then you get that quote yesterday.
The question I would have, Sal, is of all the opponents for them to prefer Bernard, I would think, wouldn't this be one of them?
You mean to play him this week?
Yeah, you'd prefer.
Just because the Chiefs are
not a power run team. If it's Baltimore, right. I'll listen to it. If it's the Colts, I'll listen to it. But you're going to need. I would think you want your best coverage linebackers in this game. And if Bernard were available but not playing, that would surprise me.
I agree. So I wonder if it's a week to week basis game plan thing.
Mm-hmm.
That could be it too. And it could be down to down, guys. Right? There's nothing that says they can't play all of them or both of them or whatever. Right? And we know that. So I wonder, or does it just, hey, that's Terrell Bernard's spot. When he's healthy, he's in, and we play it from there.
Bills and Chiefs on Sunday. Could see Gabe Davis. He was activated from the practice squad IR position to the practice squad, so they get 3 elevations now with him. No practice for Ray Davis, also Daquan Jones and Josh Palmer, who have been out. Limited were Matt Prater and Shaq Thompson with injuries. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Sabres and Bruins tonight at 7 in Boston. Jordan Greenway expected to make his debut. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. And the Blue Jays win Game 5 of the World Series 6-1. They lead 3-2. They can win it all on Friday night in Toronto. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
He is an undeveloped athlete that really has been put in a position that is unfair to him because what he brings to the table as a collegiate athlete was good, but people automatically believe and assume that what they did on Sundays is automatically going to translate to him doing the exact same thing in the pros. And I'm here to tell you, it doesn't happen that way. It takes time. But what also it takes time is for y'all to realize, maybe or just maybe he ain't the one. And it's tough.
And Steve Smith on his podcast yesterday was all about Keon Coleman. Jeremy and Joe. We're going to get a vibe boost around here a little bit. We need a vibe boost.
Beat the Chiefs?
Beat the Chiefs is a major vibe boost.
Yeah, do that.
James Cook, can the Bills run on them all day? Maybe. Maybe they throw the toss play. Maybe they find their way. I mean, we talked about it with Joe Marino, and he did say the way they ran against Carolina is not likely the way that they run against Kansas City. Carolina, it was, get to the perimeter, don't run at their tackles, and Kansas City might be different, so we'll see. Can they lean on the run? Can they get Josh Allen scrambling and jumping over dudes? We've seen a Dawson Knox game and a Dalton Kincaid game. We'll see.
Design quarterback runs.
QB power.
I think does Mahomes have more rushing yards than Josh does this year?
Well, that might be right. He's definitely running for a lot, Mahomes.
Mahomes has 280, I believe, and Allen is sitting right now with 261.
Okay.
I wonder if these two quarterbacks have ever met in which coming into it, Mahomes had more rushing yards than Allen.
Yeah.
Probably not.
The Bills had a bye. The Chiefs did not. So is it more yards per game for Allen?
There you go. Okay. Allen would by a little bit.
Okay.
He would have a little bit more, yeah.
803-0550 if you want to chime in. 1-888-550-2550. I would say one prediction for this game, if I could. I don't want to subscribe to the idea that anybody is holding anything back. We do that sometimes when the offense doesn't look great. Like, you think they're saving anything? And when this in the past would have been 1 seed, the road goes through Buffalo or Kansas City, we would talk about, would you not want to show everything? I think both these teams are in a more precarious spot than before, and because of that, they got to do what it takes to win. Like, the Chiefs need this win, and the Bills might need it. Who needs it more? The Chiefs might need it more because their schedule's a lot tougher. All right, let's go. Let's do this. The Chiefs' schedule is much tougher, and they have to chase down 2 teams. After this game, the Chiefs play the Broncos, Colts, Cowboys, Texans, Chargers, then the Titans, then the Broncos again. They only have 2 more games, the Chiefs do, Raiders and Titans, that look like givens. Maybe I'd put Dallas there. Maybe I'd put Houston there. But the Titans and the Raiders are their givens. So the Chiefs probably need it more because the Bills have a bigger margin for error in their own actual season. The Bills only have 2 losses. The Chiefs already have 3.
Yeah. And the
Bills only have 1 team that's going to stay ahead of them in the division for a playoff spot where, like, what if the Chiefs are in 3rd and miss the playoffs because divisional tiebreakers go first and they're behind 2 teams? So I do think the Chiefs need it more.
Possible. The thing, though, that even though they have 2 teams to deal with, they have 2 matchups remaining with Denver, and they have a home game remaining with the Chargers.
Right.
So Like, the Bills, you would want, actually, right now, the Bills to have 2 opportunities left in New England, the way the standings are right now.
Right.
So to have those 2 games against Denver, like, to control your own destiny a little bit more than I think the Bills do.
Sure, that's controlling your own destiny, but, okay, 2 games with Denver.
Right.
The Bills' 2 toughest games after New England, or after Kansas City, are what?
New
England and
Tampa.
Or Philly?
Or Philly, yeah.
Right. I've got 3 games I would consider maybe tough.
Yeah.
Only 3. And for the Chiefs, I think I can get to 6.
Right, because they play the Colts still, right, don't they?
Yep. 803-0550. Andrew in Rochester. Hey, Andrew, good morning.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
So, like all of us, huge Josh Allen fan, right? I'd give him my right arm if he needed it to get us to the playoffs. But I got to ask you guys if you've noticed this. And, the pass rush has been getting to him a little bit this year in certain games. And I think Spencer Brown missed a game and whatever it is. But I've noticed that he seems to be leaving the pocket when he doesn't have to. He's got a clean pocket, and he's running to the right anyways.
Yeah.
And that's eliminating half of his reads, right? And we're all used to him falling out of bounds, throwing the 30-yarder to Diggs, and he falls out of bounds, and everybody cheers. Are we being a little too harsh maybe on this receiving core, and our guys maybe just not being seen because Allen seems to have a little bit of happy feet this year?
Yeah. I think you get a little bit of that, and I've heard plenty of people say that, make that point, like Allen's not comfortable, not seeing things. There have been times in this Joe Brady offense he's looked completely in command, and you can just see it all happen, like everything is working. And this year, for whatever reason, whatever's different, he's not. So if he's nursing an injury, we don't find out that stuff, right? Think of the Carson Wentz point. Carson Wentz played with a, torn labrum?
Torn labrum.
For weeks.
Yeah.
And then finally they took him out and said, oh, by the way, he's had a torn labrum for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So that's shady because it was not reported. He's in pain, playing through pain, doing the best he can. We're watching him play terrible. And turns out, there's a reason.
Yeah.
So with Allen, I don't really know what to do with this. The Bills, Taylor Rapp had a knee issue bothering him since training camp is what they said.
Yeah.
He comes out of the lineup and he's on IR with a knee injury. Like, is Allen nursing something that is not making it all the way to the injury report?
Maybe. The only example I could think of him, like, bailing on a pocket, there was a high-profile play-ish. Like, he had the game-winning touchdown against New England to Josh Palmer, and he left the pocket and didn't see it. And he went to the right, Palmer was on the left, so no touchdown, no game. So, like, that's one example of that did happen, and that's not injury.
Yep.
That is, you're not seeing it, or you're not trusting a receiver,
or you're
looking at something else.
Or that's not a route in the progression. Like, it very well could have been. That's just
that's the fourth option in a route.
That's cardio route.
But like when you're in complete command and you have time in the pocket, you stay there. And maybe if he stays there, he does make it through. He is seeing things, right? And he's noticing, oh, wait a minute, New England's coverage is over here. Let me look left. Bam, there's Josh Palmer for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And that didn't happen because he left a pocket that was pretty clean. It's one play. I don't know if that's actually a theme of him this season, but I can think of that moment.
One thing about him running to his right, like as we think about these games, we've seen the Bills and the Chiefs play so often that yesterday Allen's talking about the mutual respect that he and Spags have for each other. They sometimes after games will like cross by each other and say hi and chat. And he says he's got a ton of respect for Spagnuolo. Will Spagnuolo, blitz a ton? If they get him in obvious passing situations, they're going to try to blitz a ton. I would guess that. They're one of the top 3 blitz-heavy teams. And then the other thing is Andrew brings up Allen going to his right. Are they going to blitz him from the right, from that side? That's where he goes. When he escapes, he wants to run right. He can go left and throw when he's going left. He did it earlier this year. I forget which throw it might have been. But, I mean, he can go left, but he definitely prefers right. Most quarterbacks are going to prefer, if you're right-handed, to roll to your right.
That is what they did on 4th down last year.
Right. They blitzed from that side.
They blitzed two guys from the right.
And he just backed up because he couldn't go anywhere.
Right.
This year, we're seeing a little more of the skittish Josh where he's turning back and doubling back. Like the sack he took against Carolina, 10 seconds.
He spun around and
And which way is he going? Left. He's going left, and the pressure keeps coming. He tries to turn around back to the right.
Yeah.
So something to keep an eye on in terms of what they'll do to try to keep him in check. Mark in Parkside. Hey, Mark. Good morning.
Morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I just wanted to mention, kind of my feelings that a little bit of what we're seeing manifest on the field results from kind of off-field kind of activities, and it lies with the coaches, right? So bear with me. Like last year, all of us realized and accepted that, it was a team in transition. We didn't have high expectations. People were shooting like 9-7, 8-8. They came out there and blew teams away. This year, we had the hard knocks. We had the reigning MVP. Everybody anointed us at the beginning of the year as, Super Bowl contenders, and now we're seeing sloppy play, pre-snap penalties, illegal formations, offsides, kind of these things that are really mental in preparation that we've seen kind of come back and bite us in a lot of games. On the predictability side, right? When we're in the shotgun, it's 75% or so that we're going to pass the ball. When we're under center, it's 75% or so that we're going to run the ball. So I just wondered, what your guys' thought is on kind of these ancillary, not on-field stuff and attitude, because that loss to the Patriots, the Patriots don't have much of a schedule left as far as anybody besides the Bills and the Ravens. So, I just really wish that we'd see a little more from the coaching staff on like both predictability and importance of attitude.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. On predictability, that's the point that Collinsworth was making in the Sunday night game against New England, that they're very predictable and they feel predictable. The point about last year, transition, team in transition, I don't know. They're definitely a team in transition, but I never bought they were going to be an 8-win team. And I always thought that was kind of oversold. They liked to lean into nobody believes in us. Yeah. But 3 games into the season, they were 3-0 and had put up a bunch of points, and that was gone. Then they had their lull, and then they were okay.
It ended very quick.
Yes.
They got 1 million turnovers, and nobody in the division challenged them, so that helped. But, what does that team do this year? They probably don't win as many games, but they're still a top team, I'm sure. That would basically be the same thing you're seeing right now, just with getting more turnovers. Right? It's not that different otherwise.
Right.
The defense isn't really that much better, regardless of the turnovers. The offense, I guess, is a little...
Where do they rank DVOA?
In defense, 20th. Yeah.
I'd like to see a non-turnover-based DVOA. That's kind of like true turnovers. How many punts are you forcing? Because if your plan is to...
Is DVOA really counting turnovers a lot?
I think it has to be. How could it not be? Turnovers are some of the biggest plays in the game. If you force a turnover...
Yeah.
Sometimes you force one, sometimes you're gifted one, but
it's not win probability. It's not EPA counts a lot for turnovers, right?
Yeah.
It's not that. Oh, look, I don't know if it actually counts as much as we think.
803-0550 to join us. It is football Thursday. Sabres and Bruins tonight, and Thursday night football, Miami and Baltimore. So busy night. 2 televisions. Sabres, Bruins. They're calling it a must-win. I'm just going to say
You've called it a must-win.
Yeah. Yes. Come on. Beat the Bruins.
The idea of a must-win, though, is if you don't win it, then what?
Then
we play tomorrow.
Any idea that we should believe that they've turned a corner is immediately gone until, I don't know, they win 5 in a row. I might have to
What if they outshoot the Bruins 60-10 and they get goal lead tonight?
Terrible.
And lose.
Inexcusable. 803-0550. More of your calls on the other side here on WGR. Davis became a player that it's funny. He was boom or bust. He was always a conversation in fantasy, and he was so boom or bust that there were endless debates about whether or not he was a good enough wide receiver, too. And the answer was he probably wasn't, because he was your perfect wide receiver 3-4 that you're going to splash in every once in a while. So does he slot properly now, where if you were to rank their targets, I go Shakir and Kincaid 1 and 2. Now I've got Gabe in 3, finger quotes. Maybe. Can he give you more than Curtis Samuel's been giving you? Can he give you more than Elijah Moore's been giving you? You are not replacing anybody. Tyrell Shavers. Are the Bills thinking of putting Gabe Davis and Keon Coleman out on the outsides if Palmer's unavailable, or is it Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers? Is Coleman going to inactive status if Gabe is elevated to to the active roster for this game? The whole thing, I don't know.
I don't know that it goes that far.
Well, it's definitely not an ideal scenario. I don't think anybody would debate that. But here we are, and I think the tone of it is that Gabe is going to dress for this game. They activated Max Hairston.
Yep.
He practiced and played. And for Gabe, he's been on the practice squad. Sal asked him, you haven't been practicing, how you been doing? He's been running. He's been doing his own stuff. So they finally got a practice squad spot for him by elevating Jordan Phillips and Jordan Poyer. And, all right, now you're on the practice squad, and now you can start getting elevations. And when would they use these elevations? When Josh Palmer is unavailable. So,
right.
To me, it looks like I think he's going to play. So, where to begin?
Gabe Davis?
Sure.
I think Gabe Davis.
I think
he's the story of the day. I think
he's going to play. He's going to dress. And is he going to play? He's going to play?
I think he's going to play.
I think he's going to play too.
And I don't know how much he's going to play right away, but I think there's a real possibility that he is he's not just going to play, he's going to play. He's going to be a guy on the offense a lot. I don't know if he's going to play majority of snaps a lot, but when he was here, he was one of those guys that would always lead the team in snaps.
Yep.
So that's Coleman right now. The guy that is really occupying his spot is the guy you're probably most disappointed in on the entire offense. So I don't know, maybe this is hey, Keon, get it together because he's here now. We know he can do the job at a reasonable level. So if we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, this dude is coming in and he's playing your spot. And maybe that could be good for Keon. I mean, that could have him moving to the slot and moving to different positions that actually he would even be better in. But I think Davis is maybe going to play meaningful snaps, not just 5 routes in a game, 10 snaps in a game.
All right.
I think we're talking half the snaps type workload in line for him at some point soon.
So, where to begin?
Gabe Davis?
Sure.
I think Gabe Davis.
I think
he's the story of the day. I think
he's going to play. He's going to dress. And is he going to play? He's going to play?
I think he's going to play.
I think he's going to play too.
And I don't know how much he's going to play right away, but I think there's a real possibility that he is he's not just going to play, he's going to play. He's going to be a guy on the offense a lot. I don't know if he's going to play majority of snaps a lot, but when he was here, he was one of those guys that would always lead the team in snaps.
Yep.
So that's Coleman right now. The guy that is really occupying his spot is the guy you're probably most disappointed in on the entire offense. So I don't know, maybe this is hey, Keon, get it together because he's here now. We know he can do the job at a reasonable level. So if we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, this dude is coming in and he's playing your spot. And maybe that could be good for Keon. I mean, that could have him moving to the slot and moving to different positions that actually he would even be better in. But I think Davis is maybe going to play meaningful snaps, not just 5 routes in a game, 10 snaps in a game.
All right.
I think we're talking half the snaps type workload in line for him at some point soon.
Hey, it's contest time. You have a chance to win. Caller number 5 to 221-4WGR will win a pair of tickets to see Eric Church with special guest Ella Langley on February 13th at KeyBank Center, courtesy of Messina Touring Group. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Halloween tomorrow.
Dressing up?
As a working on it. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got the green jacket to try to be the Wizard of Oz.
It really does stink. The weather's going to be like
the weather stinks.
Not going to cooperate.
We're going to have a bunch
probably,
of friends over and kids over and kind of have a costume Halloween party in the house.
Yeah.
So even if trick-or-treating is kind of a bust, we'll make do with that.
We had a Halloween party yesterday that we went to, and there was a lot of desserts at the Halloween party. And I would say just, like, you've already got the candy out. That's all you need. You need more sugar on top of the candy.
I just started to form the sentence in my mouth asking you, do you have some sort of trash candy take to deliver for us?
Of course, I've got something.
I feel like we can all count on you for
I only heard 5 minutes the afternoon show yesterday. All I heard was them dunking on Mallow cups, which is a terrible take. Those are great.
Mallow cups are fine, sure. I got no problem.
Yeah, love Mallow cups. I mean, my all-timer is that I am not a big Reese's fan, and they have to be frozen to be good.
That's all right. That's tough.
A room temperature Reese's is trash. Don't need it.
Right. I knew I could count on you.
So it's always Reese's for me. Other than that, like Nerds gummies are the top. Those are the top contenders right now. That's what the kids want in their bags this year. They want those Nerds gummies. Those are the best ones.
The Nerds gummy clusters are
Nerds gummy clusters.
Yeah,
thank you. Yeah.
They are incredible.
Yes.
They are one of the greatest innovations of mankind. The Nerds gummy clusters are out of this world.
Yeah, it goes invention of fire, the wheel, Nerds gummy clusters. That's your top 3.
Sure. No argument.
Yeah.
All right. Trick or treating might be rainy, might be windy. It's going to rain today. If it isn't, it is already.
How early are we trick or treating these days? 5 o'clock?
You know, you want to do 5 and 6. Yeah.
5 and 6 o'clock.
Yeah, for the youngins.
All right. And it goes till 8,
roughly. Gets dark outside. It gets tougher. You know.
Is there a point where you shouldn't answer the door? Like, yeah, well, you're here at 9:45. Too much.
This is the time of year.
You're not getting candy from me at 9:45. I'm already eating it all by 9:45.
True. Pick of the week, by the way. Pick of the week brought to you by Riverfront Auto Sales. Let's make a candy pick here. Riverfront's pick of the week is a 2019 GMC Yukon Denali. Power, luxury, and room for the whole family with a 6.2-liter V8 advanced four-wheel drive and first-class comfort inside. It's built for every road and every adventure. Stop by Riverfront Auto Sales today and test drive the 2019 Yukon Denali, where premium meets performance. 1379 Niagara Street. In Buffalo, riverfrontautosales.com. We're also considering, and we're going to wear costumes tomorrow.
Yeah,
for the show.
It's our first Halloween on
YouTube.
Yeah,
I mean, I have my green jacket, but it's not enough for the Wizard. I'm gonna have to do something else for the show.
A second costume? Why not wear it for the show?
I'm gonna cut a hole right in this. If you're on the stream right now,
come on. Wait, we might need that in the future.
Hole right in the Who are you? There'll be no confusion.
I am the wide receiver.
I am the wide receiver big board.
Why should come in with a train conductor uniform on?
Yeah, that seems better.
No, this is better. A hole right at the top and then 2 armholes. It'll be very difficult to walk.
Listen, the way this season is going, that thing right there, we are going to need in 6 months.
We're going to need it in 6 months no matter what.
Unless they trade for Brian Thomas Jr.
I hope you're excited for the alliteration here. Hold on. The linebacker.
You need a vehicle that begins with an L?
The linebacker lounge chair. The linebacker.
Wow,
I know, trust me. Because, listen, I mean, what do you want to bet right now? You can have.
I know, you really. Yeah.
You can have the field.
The field? I'll take the field.
I want odds.
Listen to this.
I want odds.
I'll take the field. Wait, odds.
I mean,
you sounded pretty confident in linebacker against the field.
It's plus 150.
I'll let you take 3 positions away. How about that? You're not getting odds. You could choose the 3 positions that I don't get.
Oh, man. In that case, I would dominate you. That's a terrible deal for you. I'll take linebacker. You can't have defensive tackle. You can't have receiver.
You're right. That's right.
That's terrible for you.
Yeah, no, it's bad. You're going to give me kicker, running back, and guard might be a good one.
Guard is a good one. All right, we're late to the break. When we get back, more of your calls. We'll find our way to this bet and the fantastic four-way parlay for tonight's Ravens and Dolphins game. And somebody could mix in Sabres Bruins. Maybe I'll throw Sabres on the puck line. Must-win game tonight. Must win. Luke and Silver Creek will get to your call. And anybody else wants to jump on, give us a take on the Bills-Chiefs game and give us a take on Candy. Let's just do that. Happy Halloween. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook.
I thought it was notable when Sean McDermott was asked about the linebackers specifically, Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano and coming back, and then specifically about Bernard, kind of, and I'm going to paraphrase, like, is it his job when he comes back? Is he the starting middle linebacker as soon as he's healthy? And Sean didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He basically said, Terrell sees things like a coach. He's a leader out there, and he's where he's supposed to be or whatever. But there's always things that we all can improve on. So I just thought that was interesting, right? Because
yeah, right.
I don't think any of us would argue that Shaq Thompson's been their most consistent linebacker this year. He's probably been their best linebacker this year. I don't think Terrell Bernard is having his best season. I think it's notable that Sean McDermott said it that way, to be quite honest with you. Now, it also could be because you want Shaq Thompson and Joe Andreessen and Dorian Williams to keep fighting every day for as many snaps as they can get, because that's great to have. Because that's competitive right there, right? But I do think it's interesting that last game, Terrell Bernard suited up, but he didn't play. And at the end of the game, Sean McDermott said, well, that was medical more than anything else. But they didn't play him. It was Shaq Thompson. And then you get that quote yesterday.
The question I would have, Sal, is like, of all the opponents for them to prefer Bernard, I would think, like, wouldn't this be one of them?
You mean to play him this week?
Yeah, you'd prefer.
Just because the Chiefs are
not a power run team. Like, if it's Baltimore, right, I'll listen to it. If it's the Colts, I'll listen to it. But you're going to need. I would think you want your best coverage linebackers in this game. And if Bernard were available but not playing, like, that would surprise me.
I agree. So I wonder if it's a week-to-week basis game plan thing.
Mm-hmm.
That could be it too. And it could be down to down, guys, right? There's nothing that says they can't play all of them or both of them or whatever, right? And we know that. So I wonder, or does it just, hey, that's Terrell Bernard's spot. When he's healthy, he's in, and we play it from there.
Davis became a player that it's funny. He was boom or bust. He was always a conversation in fantasy, and he was so boom or bust that there were endless debates about whether or not he was a good enough wide receiver 2, and the answer was he probably wasn't, because he was your perfect wide receiver 3-4 that you're going to splash in every once in a while. So does he slot properly now, where if you were to rank their targets, I go Shakir and Kincaid 1 and 2. Now I've got Gabe in 3, finger quotes. Maybe. Can he give you more than Curtis Samuel's been giving you? Can he give you more than Elijah Moore's been giving you? You are not replacing anybody. Tyrell Shavers. I mean, are the Bills thinking of putting Gabe Davis and Keon Coleman out on the outsides if Palmer's unavailable, or is it Gabe Davis and Tyrell Shavers? Like, is Coleman going to inactive status if Gabe is elevated to the to the active roster for this game? The whole thing, I don't know.
I don't know if it goes that far.
Well, it's definitely not an ideal scenario. I don't think anybody would debate that. But here we are, and I think the tone of it is that Gabe is going to dress for this game. They activated Max Hairston.
Yep.
He practiced and played. And for Gabe, he's been on the practice squad. Sal asked him, you haven't been practicing, how you been doing? He's been running. He's been doing his own stuff. So they finally got a practice squad spot for him by elevating Jordan Phillips and Jordan Poyer. And, all right, now you're on the practice squad, and now you can start getting elevations. And when would they use these elevations? When Josh Palmer is unavailable. So,
right.
To me, it looks like I think he's going to play.
Bills and Chiefs on Sunday. Could see Gabe Davis make his season debut for the Buffalo Bills. He was activated from the practice squad IR list to the practice squad. So now they get 3 elevations for Davis. See if Sunday is one of them. Elsewhere on the Bills injury report yesterday, no practice for Josh Palmer, Daquan Jones, or Ray Davis. Limited practice for Matt Prater and Shaq Thompson, who have injuries, and then Matt Milano and Terrell Bernard were both full participants. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Sabres in action tonight at 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock pregame here on WGR. They play the Bruins in Boston, and the Blue Jays win last night, 6-1. They're 1 win away from winning the World Series. Game 6 tomorrow in Toronto. Join WGR and Bud Light for Football Friday Happy Hour. Chopin Bulldog will be broadcasting live this Friday from 3 to 7 at Neighbors Pub, 337 Kenmore Avenue. Presented by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly, 21 plus.
They got to find ways to get guys open or find somebody that can get open.
They have no vertical presence whatsoever in the passing game.
Yeah. Palmer's got to be healthy. Yeah.
I mean, for Josh Allen, vertical, that's what he wants to do. That's the strongest arm in the league. So right now, you're like giving him a kryptonite because he has the ability to push the ball. He needs more opportunities, and he probably needs some more firepower to do that.
Man, it's an avalanche. It's an avalanche. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Beat the Chiefs, and a lot of it might go away. They beat the Chiefs and ran for 260 and didn't complete a single pass to the outside. Would the outside receiver conversation go away?
If what happened on Sunday?
They run for 260 and beat the Chiefs.
They do it against the Chiefs?
And beat the Chiefs and do not complete a single pass to an outside receiver. Would the conversation go away / quiet down?
The conversation wouldn't go away, but I think it would become more polarizing. I think right now most people agree they need something out there. Mm-hmm. They need some semblance of a threat on the outside. Right. I think most people are in unison on that. If they do that, I think most of the reason is I don't think most believe they could do what they did to Carolina against the top teams in the league. Right. I don't think you can have a game like that consistently against playoff good teams. If they do it to the Chiefs, then I think you might find a lot of people are going to suddenly move over to, okay, wait a minute, maybe I can win that way against the best teams.
Okay.
I think it might even increase because it becomes more polarizing.
That's one piece of context I want to get to before we get some phone calls in. All of this conversation, as much of an avalanche of, oh my God, what's happening, is all rooted in they have enough talent and the quarterback and blah, blah, to win the Super Bowl if they get something right.
Right.
It feels like you've got a hole in the boat. You got to patch that hole up.
Right.
One way or another, you got to make sure that doesn't sink you because you have the rest of it looks good enough.
Right.
Your run game is amazing. Your offensive line's amazing. Your quarterback, when he's in form, is amazing. Your defense has some playmakers. Like you might have your questions there, but there's there's an avenue to get you to where you want to be.
Right. That's
like there's a hole in the boat. You just got to patch that up.
It's not even. It might only be. I mean, unless you really want to get in on the defense, being more holes. Like the offense, at least, it's really only one hole. Like even the tight ends are good. Like there's nowhere else on the offense I would trade for a player. I wouldn't trade for a tight end. I wouldn't trade for a running back. No. I wouldn't trade for a lineman. Wouldn't trade for a quarterback. There's nothing else to need. Defense, maybe you could get into a couple. Like that's the part of it. It's only one thing they're really missing. And if they weren't a Super Bowl level team, then I might just say like, all right, this is what you are.
It's not worth chasing. Get it next. Right. Like if you're the Steelers and the Patriots, you might make a case for the Patriots. Like, hey, don't give up too much of an asset to rent something because you're at the start of a build.
Right.
And the Bills
are
not
in it.
Right. And the Bills are not the end of a build. This is kind of the start of this build too. But you're probably closer. You'd like to think you're closer. I mean, New England. I've seen New England linked to both receiver and running back and linebacker.
Well, and they can do
all three.
They can do a lot of things if they really want to because they have $60 million in cap space for this season.
You ready for them to go get Trey Hendrickson?
They can do that if they want. They could get Myles Garrett. They could get A.J. Brown. They could get anybody the best player that becomes available at the deadline, they can be in on and not even have to worry about money.
I'm pretty sure, was it for Hendrickson or was it Garrett, where Vrabel said, now's not the time for that kind of move for us?
That was before the year, and I thought that was about Parsons.
Okay. I wonder if 6-2 is different. Like, now's not the time for us. Wait a minute. Like, think when the Bills traded for Calvin Benjamin, that was, you know what, we might make the playoffs and really start something here. Let's go get another receiver for Tyrod and see if we can boost our offense. And that was, like any team at the NHL deadline, being just, hey, we're not a buyer at the start of the year. Oh, wait, actually, maybe we are. So I wonder if the Patriots will be aggressive. We'll find out. 803-0550, the fantastic four-way parlay coming up in about 5 minutes on tonight's action, the Ravens and the Dolphins. Luke in Silver Creek. Hey, Luke, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking me.
Morning. Thanks for calling.
So, the more I think about all this and the more I start to, kind of lean in with you guys in the idea of we need to, get something else, make a final push to become a Super Bowl team, right? I think, like, at the beginning of Bean's tenure, he made some big swings to get us to the position that we're currently in, whether it's Diggs or trading up for Josh, those things. And I think we need another one of those types of moves or trades in order to finally get us there. I think if you're going to be a Super Bowl team, you need, like, elite talent all over the field. It can't just be at running back. It can't just be at quarterback. It can't just be for one of your corners or whatever. So, when I think about what they can do, I think the trade here that just keeps making too much sense is Keon Coleman and a 2 for Brian Thomas Jr. I think, you swap 2 young, talented receivers who might have a couple red flags, apparently. And Keon gets a new change of scenery. Brian Thomas Jr. becomes the deep threat that we need. Brian Thomas Jr. doesn't have Travis Hunter breathing on his neck anymore at the X position. And I think that could be mutually beneficial for both teams and potentially get us in a spot where, we're not wondering who's open and if Josh is having problems with trusting his receivers and all that. Because at the end of the day, it's not to completely dismiss Josh's stake in all this, but, like, Josh is the singular thing more than anything that you're not changing. So it's almost, I don't want to say irrelevant, but it's, it's kind of almost irrelevant to talk about. You just need to help Josh as much as you can.
Luke, thanks. I had somebody write in about, you guys aren't talking enough how Allen's been part of the problem. And we've definitely had our share of the quarterback's definitely not playing great. But anytime you get to that, is it not hard to say, I know he is great. So if he's not great, sure, some of it falls to him. But more than that, I would, like Luke kind of lays out, you're changing everything around him before you're changing him. That means receivers and running backs and offensive line and tight end and scheme and game plan and everything changes around. Coordinator, everything would go before him because I have more data, more visuals, more everything on him than anything else on the team. Who is the most provably great thing? What is the most provably great thing the Buffalo Bills have? It's their quarterback.
Yep.
Provably great. And who's second? Like Dawkins, Shakir, Spencer Brown. I've got things I know.
Yep.
I know these things are good. And I would lean on the things that are good, and if there's some things I've got doubts about, like Ken Dorsey had a great first season as the Bills' offensive coordinator, and then it started to go south, and we heard a lot of, but their success rate, but not. And my take on it always was, if the quarterback is not right, then I need someone in here who's going to make him right, whoever it is. Receiver, coordinator, he's the F1 car, and if you are driving that car and it's not performing, you're out of the seat. That's it. I don't know if – I've always tried to figure out the F1 analogy, if the quarterback is the car or the quarterback is the driver. Quarterback's probably the driver.
Quarterback's the driver.
Because he could do...
Yeah, team and offense is the car.
He'd still be the best driver, but you put him in the worst car, he's not going to win.
Right.
If the other great drivers are in better cars. So, all right, it doesn't look right. My driver is finishing in... Here's an F1 term. My driver's finishing P8, not good enough. You're fired, engineer. Mm-hmm. You're fired. What do they call them? Team principal? Anyway.
Is Brian Thomas Jr. a better car?
He's
tough for me now.
I don't know what to do with it, because sometimes a relationship goes south.
Yeah.
There's accusations he's not trying and short-arming balls, and something is so wrong there. I guess the best you could do if you're trading for him is hope his value is down and you could get him and get him right.
Right.
With Coleman, so I mentioned this a long time ago.
Because Thomas is still getting open, I think.
He's just not catching the ball?
He's not right. He drops the ball a lot. Willing to go in those middle of the field areas right now for Jacksonville. I don't know what else is happening there. Like I have felt that part of the motivation from them, if they do trade Thomas, won't all be about Thomas. It will also be about getting the most out of Travis Hunter, who this regime just spent ton to get. And they didn't draft Thomas.
That's right. And Travis Hunter is starting to see a real big uptick in how he's being used.
Right. So if they don't see Brian Thomas being the number one because they have Travis Hunter for that, then they're going to want to get out of that for value if they can. I don't know. He's tough. He has a lower yards per target this year than Coleman does.
I want to give you another name here.
I'd be tempted. To buy low and say, I know it's not going well. Something's wrong there. He's not going over the middle of the field and making tough catches, but that dude has a jetpack on his back, and I need a guy like that on my offense. I'm gonna take a run at that and hope that it goes well.
My favorite highlight of Brian Thomas Jr.'s college LSU career was when who's the running back for them?
For LSU?
LSU that year. Maybe it was maybe it was a screen to Neighbors.
Oh.
And Brian Thomas Jr. chased them all down from the other side of the field.
Oh, right. Right.
I'm deep in now. I'm at the Buffalo Bills 2024 prospect private workouts and Zoom calls, courtesy of Buffalo Rumblings.
It's Chiefs week.
No.
I'm sorry.
Caller wants to know about Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, what about Jalen McMillan? They had him in for a private,
Did they have? They had Thomas in?
So here we go. McMillan, they had a private workout. Troy Franklin, they had a private workout.
Okay.
Just going back to that draft class, I'm looking for guys that are cheap that could be the right call.
Right.
They had Keon in for a top 30 visit, and Worthy, and Tez Walker, and Troy Franklin, and Ryan Flournoy.
Yep.
There were rumors of Brian Thomas Jr. visiting 2 weeks before the draft based off comments he made on Instagram Live, but that was never really confirmed. At the Zoom calls, they met with Paul Woods for a local pro day. He went to Hampton College, I guess? I don't know. Okay. Combine meetings. Brian Thomas Jr., A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Legette, Coleman, Tez Walker, Jalen McMillan, Roman Wilson, Xavier Worthy, Johnny Wilson. Johnny Wilson was that 6'7" guy.
Yeah, so Thomas was on the list.
He was at the combine,
At the combine.
And a top 30 visit.
His cap hits $3.3 million.
Yeah, I'm not here to tell you it's a bad idea.
2 more full years of a rookie contract. And the 5th-year option.
Well,
if you want it.
If I could raise my hand again and say the reason that drafting receivers is a good idea is because if you trade for Brian Thomas Jr. and it doesn't work out, the money's not bad. Just like if you decide to trade Coleman tomorrow, you're not taking dead cap hits. You're just admitting he's not that good. And sometimes it might be tough to part ways with a draft pick because you are admitting it failed. But it's easier to part ways with a second-round pick and cut bait than it is to 3 years, $27 million. That guy has to stay. And that's kind of where the Bills are with Curtis Samuel.
And that's where
sometimes.
With an idea like this, it's almost kind of like you are trading up for Brian Thomas Jr., but you are just doing it after the fact. Right? It's the same thing. he's not under contract for $30 million. So if it doesn't go well, yes, I've invested basically the equivalent of what I would have invested had I traded up to get him in the first place, which to me is not that bad. And the guy was unbelievable in his rookie season. So I'm not saying it's without risk, but I think that guy is getting traded, and if I were the Bills, I would take a stab at it.
803-0550. Let's do our fantastic four-way parlay. It's time. Four legs.
It's time to hit one.
It's time to hit one. That's why we're doing it. We're doing it 10 minutes early.
Thinking that'll. This is like when you leave a day early when you go to London.
London, yeah. We're changing our departure time.
Flight patterns.
Yes. So, fantastic four-way parlay tonight. The NFL game or the Sabres game, if you want to throw that in, we can do that. Each of us picks a leg. Jeremy, Joe, Owen Parker, the parlay killer. You still get that title. I don't care. It's just, it's fine.
It'll never die.
It's fine.
Until he wins a parlay for us.
Yeah, until we win a parlay. And then we're just defending champs. Right. And, of course, Alt Joe Kelly, who loves the alt bets and has been, frankly, crushing them. So,
it's true.
Who wants to get us started here? It's kind of like the Monday night game, which was our last parlay? Was it Thursday or Monday?
We did earlier this week.
We did a Monday one.
Monday was Chiefs and Commanders?
Yes.
Correct.
That's right. I went with Brashard Smith. I love the pick, and it didn't do a thing because he fumbled.
Right.
They stopped giving him the ball. All right. This one, give me Ravens minus 7.5. I'll just take, you know what, maybe I should tease that down. I think the Ravens are far better. They get their starting quarterback back. They just beat the Bears. The Bears are better than the Dolphins. The Dolphins, if they're facing this Ravens defense that is fully healthy, the Ravens should be fine. They should cover. And I think they'll not only win the game, but Miami is on quit watch, and the Ravens are on hey, it's coming back to life. So I'll give the 7.5 and go Ravens minus 7.5. Okay? How do we feel about it? You okay with it?
I like it.
I'm fine with that. I think, Ravens getting off the schneid with Lamar back is probably
They've never lost 3 in a row under Harbaugh, so I'm getting a win, I think, and, 10-point win.
All right.
I like it. I'm going to, again, stick with the alt bets here.
You have to.
Alt Joe, not to be confused with Joe Alt, the offensive lineman.
Right.
I really like Zay Flowers with Lamar Jackson coming back. He's averaged 5.5 receptions per game in the last 4. So 7, 5, 6, 7. We're going to go 6+ alt receptions for Zay Flowers.
Flowers got that last week. He went over on his prop, and he was playing with, who's the quarterback? Cooper Rush?
Was it Rush? I think so.
Yeah. Flowers, 6+ catches. Alt Joe is in with his alt. Oh, that's not a very high alt. That's just...
It's an alt.
It is.
It's not a super high alt.
Modest alt.
Modest alt.
Modest alt.
His over-under is 5.5. That's just technically the over.
That's just the over.
You know what? Let's just lay it on. We can do 7+.
No, I don't want to.
No. We're already in. The hand is off the chess piece.
It's fine.
It's over.
That's what makes you alt Joe. Even if you're just picking the over, you're picking it on the alt.
Yes.
I like it.
All right.
You want it, Joe?
Sure. I'm going Dolphins under 20.5 total points.
Ooh, all right.
The Ravens defense is back healthier. They looked good against Chicago last week. They held Chicago to 16.5, which I think is a better offense, better quarterback than what you have in Miami right now. I think the Miami 1 week, hey, we played for the coach and we looked good against the Falcons, I think that was an anomaly. I think they're going to go right back to looking like an epic disaster this week.
Right. Under 20.5. Okay.
I'm torn between a couple of things here. I'm thinking about going under on Achan's number at 55.5, just because I think the Dolphins are going to get behind and have to air it out, and he's not going to run. They're probably going to throw him a lot of stuff. I'm also thinking about a Jalen Waddle touchdown because he's been great for them since Hill's been out, and I think they're going to need him to step up. Trying to decide which got better odds. I'll take the under on Achan. I feel good about that. I think that they're not going to be able to run the ball. The Ravens defense is kind of back a little bit better, and if they're going to get the ball to him, they're probably going to get it to him in space with some short throws and see if they can get it that way.
All right, under 54.5. Ravens minus 7.5. Dolphins under 20.5. Flowers 6 catches. Achan under 54.5. This game script kind of all lines up for Ravens 34-17.
Yep.
Right.
Which is why it actually isn't that crazy. Like I got plus 646.
Yeah.
Which is not like a crazy
Nope, not at all.
amount of odds for a 4-leg parlay, but that's because it all kind of lines up.
Do we want to...
Like if the Ravens cover, the idea that the Dolphins don't get to 20.5 is pretty likely.
Is anybody interested in 5-legging this and throwing the Sabres on a win? Because it's a
this is a wild idea.
Because
you are risking...
It's a must-win. I'm calling it a must-win.
Can I tell you guys, if you want to outvote me, go ahead. I absolutely refuse to say I will bet on the Sabres to win this game before I know who's playing in net. I will not put my name on the Sabres are winning tonight if Luukkonen's in goal.
They're not putting UPL in the net.
You don't think so?
No.
I think Ellis over UPL.
If you told me it's Ellis or Lyon right now, I'd say let's go with it. But if it's UPL, I don't want any part of it.
Why wouldn't it be Lyon?
They're not going to play him again. It's going to be Ellis or UPL tonight. I would be stunned if it's Lyon again.
Okay. This is the point, though. I don't want to touch it if I don't know who's in net.
Okay.
I think it's going to be Ellis.
I do too,
and I feel okay about that. I'm scared.
See,
if it's
you think it's Ellis? You thought it was going to be Lyon coming in here before we just talked about it. You thought Ellis, I thought Luukkonen, you thought Lyon. Nobody has any clue.
No matter who plays.
It could be anybody.
No matter who plays.
Maybe Paul knows.
It's a must-win. Must win. All right, it's your fantastic four-way parlay. Paul Hamilton on the other side will preview Sabres and Bruins tonight in Boston. They're calling it a must-win, he said, is the only person alive calling it a must-win. They have to beat Boston. Come on, get out of here with this. You have to beat Boston.
What if Middlestat goes Middlestat mode? Dog mode? God mode? What do we used to call it? Still shouldn't be enough.
Anyway. Trade rumors, they're going to trade Pavel Zacha, right?
Him or Middlestat or Josh Norris for Middlestat right now. Who says no?
I'm just going to say right now, if the Boston Bruins do anything that could possibly resemble any form of tanking in the Gavin McKenna draft year, I better see an awful lot about how a proud organization like that would never dream of doing something like this. I better see a lot of it. I better see suggestions of rules changes. I better see a lot. I want to hear nonstop. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
It's where the Coleman failure so far just really hurts. And also, like, he is kind of different than a lot of these young players the Bills have had, where, like, Cook in his rookie year or Elam for years or whoever, like,
He's on the field all the time.
Like, that's the thing.
It's not a lack of opportunity.
When have you ever seen another young player that the Bills have kind of just handed it to? Like, here you go. It's not really happening. It's not really going well. It's not even going well off the field, for at least the little bits that we get, because all we know is the two disciplinary actions that have happened in 2 years. When have you ever seen the Bills treat a guy like this that isn't really earning it? At least earning it in games, and then earning, like, I'm speaking the two disciplinary actions. Maybe he's doing it in practice, right? Like, or maybe he's doing it in the film rooms. I don't know, but like a lot of other examples of, hey, this guy's really not doing it right away as a young guy. What happens with Landon Jackson? He doesn't get handed an opportunity. He's inactive for 7 games.
Right. So, where to begin?
Gabe Davis?
Sure.
I think Gabe Davis.
I think
he's the story of the day. I think
he's going to play. He's going to dress. And is he going to play? He's going to play?
I think he's going to play.
I think he's going to play too.
And I don't know how much he's going to play right away, but I think there's a real possibility that he is
Ready to take your game day to the next level? Enter online now at WGR550.com for your chance to win a $300 tailgate tray certificate from Alibaba
I don't know
Kebab.
if he's going to play majority of
Each
snaps
Friday, a winner will be announced during Football Friday with Shope and Bulldog.
Fire up your taste buds. He was one of those guys who would always lead the team in snaps.
Yep.
So that's Coleman right now. The guy that is really occupying his spot is the guy you're probably most disappointed in on the entire offense. So I don't know, maybe this is hey, Keon, get it together because he's here now. We know he can do the job at a reasonable level. So if we don't see any light at the end of the tunnel, this dude is coming in and he's playing your spot. And maybe that could be good for Keon. I mean, that could have him moving to the slot and moving to different positions that actually he would even be better in. But I think Davis is maybe going to play meaningful snaps, not just 5 routes in a game, 10 snaps in a game.
All right.
I think we're talking half the snaps type workload in line for him at some point soon.
By the way, I can report no flyover radio this week because there will be no flyover because of the government shutdown.
Oh,
no flyover was source tells me would have been a good one. No flyover this week. Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of tonight's Sabres-Bruins game. Paul, we've talked a lot about the Bills today, receivers, all that stuff. Meanwhile,
we all just talked about who we thought was going to be in goal tonight, Paul, and we all said different names, yes. All three of us. So,
and I have labeled this game a must-win.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's what you're coming into today.
I don't disagree with the must-win thing. If you're going to be serious about making the playoffs this year, you can't drop 2 games to the Boston Bruins.
Thank you.
You just can't. and they played horrendously last time. They almost would have got a point out of it anyway after playing as poorly as they did. If they just show up for the beginning of the game, they'll be able to maybe get a point out of it. And what did the Bruins do after they beat the Sabres? They lost 6 in a row. And their goaltending has been horrible. I mean, 886 and 870 save percentage between the two of them. Swayman, not what he was last year or what he was at the World Championship. And I agree 100%. You can't drop 2 games to this team in October and then say you're serious here.
Thank you, Paul. So anyway, that's the first part. So who's in that?
So who's starting?
They didn't give us a clue in practice yesterday. Usually what will happen is the guy with the net who gets the net is the starter for the next day, and the other 2 are at the other end. I put question marks by it because I couldn't fathom that it was going to be Luukkonen starting this game because he had the net, and then next thing you know, Ellis had the net, and then next thing you know, Lyon had the net. So it was like, all right, they didn't give us a clue. So for me, it would still be Lyon. I don't think they had some days off there, whatever. But if they want to throw Ellis in, this might be the game to do it. But so we didn't get a clue yesterday.
So you in your mind, you think Luukkonen might be? Well, I guess you're kind of saying it could be anybody, but maybe
it could be
Luukkonen
anybody.
would be.
Yeah, they really didn't give us a clue at all.
I guess my question would be like, do they feel any, I don't know, desire or obligation to feel like they've got to get UPL going, or are they just good?
Lindy Ruff feels an obligation to win hockey games. Right now, that's all he feels. The only obligation he feels.
Well, that's good.
He does not feel an obligation to put anybody in the lineup at all. And so whoever he thinks will give them the best chance to beat the Boston Bruins tonight is who we will see.
That's what he did last year. That makes me want to think it's Lyon then.
That's
what he did last year.
That's why I picked Lyon.
Because the other thing is they don't play till Tuesday, right, after tonight? Or Saturday then Tuesday.
Saturday.
Yeah.
When he decided last year that they were going to win, try to win hockey games at the end of the year, and they're just going to put a lineup together that gives them the best chance to win, it wasn't Luukkonen standing in the net. He stood there maybe twice. It was James Reimer, who was 37 years old and had no future with the Buffalo Sabres. He was the one playing.
Yeah. Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline ahead of tonight's Sabres-Bruins game. Jordan Greenway maybe back and maybe playing center?
Yeah, he's played center before. Both coaches, Granato and Ruff, have put him at center. And as Ruff said, if he doesn't like it, he can. Josh Dunn is a center, actually. He plays center in Rochester. He goes, he can put Dunn at center. So he's not real worried about it if it doesn't work out the way he wants. Greenway actually talked about it and said it's a good way to come back because it'll help him get skating. He'll have more room and get moving. He said as far as he's concerned, it doesn't really matter to him, center or wing. He's played both. He said he's played center with the Minnesota Wild when he was there also. So he said it's not a huge big deal for him. But there is a plan B if it doesn't work the way they thought it might.
What do you think Greenway gives them? I mean, last year was kind of weird, right? Because I remember thinking like he played really well. He only scored 3 goals and he couldn't stay healthy. But wasn't the consensus really last year that Greenway had a better year, and that's part of why they paid him?
He is so good at getting the other team to turn the puck over. He just has the smarts anticipation of what the other team might be thinking. Sometimes I think he knows what they're going to do before they do, because he's like to point A before they get to point A when they're trying to make a play. He's an excellent penalty killer. Now, they've been doing very well penalty killing, so I don't know if he'll get an opportunity right off the bat to jump in there, especially when you're starting to play your first games. But that's the biggest thing is his anticipation and the turnovers that he causes. That's why Tage Thompson will talk about him, and Tage Thompson likes playing with him. Because they play in the offensive zone a lot, because he causes the turnovers, gets in on the forecheck, and then they go and they get in there. So that's really what he brings to the table.
The top 6 is pretty set, right? Like for like the long term here, like they haven't really messed with that unless Norris comes back at some point in the next month or two. I remember Paul Lindy talking about that in training camp, how like you want to get your guys and kind of keep them together. And I mean, that's gone pretty well, right? So far this year is the top 2 lines that they've had kept together.
Yeah, McLeod wouldn't be there if Norris was, but he's not, so he is. And Doan, McLeod, and Tuck for a lot of the time play pretty well together, I think. So there really is no need to break that up. Ostlund, for Austin, I think maybe why the numbers for that line aren't that good is because Ostlund is really concentrating on defense and not offense, and it's almost like he gets uptight in the offenses or when he gets an opportunity around the net. I think he's just got to kind of get loose and get relaxed a little bit when it comes to. I still think he's going to be a very good two-way NHL player eventually, but that's kind of where they've had a few problems. Now Greenway is going to step into where Ostlund was.
Do you think he's going back down to Rochester, or do you think they're going to keep him around for a little bit?
That's what I would do. I would send him back to. I mean, he still needs some seasoning, and there's nothing wrong with bringing him up for a while. Even if Hellenis came up for a bit, that's fine. I mean, to give them a taste of the NHL or whatever, but I still think they both need some development at Rochester.
Paul Hamilton with us. The pairings for tonight, Paul, are they the same? Are we going to get to see Kesselring with Power soon, or do you think they'll keep this together?
Nope. It's really the hiccup was last game. Owen Power by far had his worst game, and it wasn't just because of what we saw in overtime. He just did not play well in the last game. But overall, the Power with Timmins has been going very well. And for the most part, if you say, well, how's Owen Power's season? I'd say it's going well. And I've seen improvements in his game. It's just he had a pretty large hiccup in the last game, something that he's just going to have to shake off and get back to what he was doing before. So, yeah, I don't see them changing that unless it really starts going south again this game also.
Very good. Paul Hamilton, his appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. Paul, thank you. We'll be listening tonight and enjoy the game. We'll chat tomorrow.
Take care, guys.
Paul Hamilton. Sabres and Bruins tonight. And then Saturday is Hockey Fights Cancer Night with the Buffalo Sabres and the Washington Capitals. And maybe it's just me. I heard Alex Ovechkin's name for the first time yesterday. Right, like he broke the record, and then oh yeah, he still plays.
Is it because did he score his 900th?
Yes,
because I know he was close to that. Obviously, he was close to that. No, he's sitting on 899.
Oh, I thought he scored.
Oh, he played his 1500th game though.
Okay, so one more goal.
One more goal than 900.
Could see his 900th goal on Saturday if he doesn't score till then.
Did we ever find out if this was his last year? Because the Capitals had sent out the season ticket holders. This was his last year, and then they said we didn't mean to do that. And then never a word after. So maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe he wants to see how many he scores this year and see if 1,000 is worth a chase. If he scores 50, I might want to try it for 1,000. If he scores 20, it's this probably isn't happening.
I mean, we're pretty deep into the season. How many's he got?
2 in 10 games. You can get hot.
Get hot.
And then it's Utah, which means a JJ Peterka tribute video.
Listen, I fully admit I'm gonna share something with everybody that is a drought-related illness.
Okay.
Someone in the chat pointed out Peterka. Oh, he's scoring, but he's still bad defensively. Okay, sure. I'm not even saying they had to keep Peterka. All I'm saying is I can't listen to one player on one team isn't a perfect player, while that team is 8-3 at the top of the standings, and my team has been obsessed with being better defensively and is 4-4-2 in perpetuity. Oh wow, this good team has a player that's not complete. Great point, I guess.
Yeah,
fine. Josh Doan is outscoring Peterka. Great. I'm not even arguing against the trade. I'm over here I'm not here for any victory lap for a good team fielding a player that's imperfect. Signed Victor Olofsson always goes to good teams now. That doesn't mean I need Olofsson here. It's just I feel like it creates this false idea that you have to have every single player be perfect. Because of course you don't. And the Sabres are not perfect.
Also,
is that fair? Is that okay?
Fair.
Is any of that allowed?
No, that's fair. That's allowed.
Right.
This isn't even about your point. I haven't been watching Utah, so I can't tell you whether he's actually been bad defensively for them. I pulled up his numbers at Evolving Hockey very early in the season, so you can't really take these for too much because it's so early. But his even strength defensive rating is 78 out of 100 this year so far. So are we sure he's been bad defensively so far this year, or we just remember he was bad, so we're assuming he's still bad? Just saying.
His team's 8-3.
His numbers defensively are fine.
The best Sabres team we've seen in 14 years was bad defensively. Like, what am I shooting for here?
Yep.
You know, this team wants to be good defensively. All right,
the team they said
do it and beat Boston.
The team they said you can't win that way won more than every other team in the last 14 years.
Right.
Yeah, right.
So, all right. Costumes tomorrow. What are we going to do here?
I have a penguin costume that is usually my go-to, but I don't really feel the need to wear that tomorrow. There's a big penguin suit. That'd probably be tough with the headphones, too.
I don't look like any golfer enough, do I? Because I have a green jacket to be the Wizard of Oz. I could just be a Masters.
No, you can't go as a golfer.
Masters champion. No, I can't pull that off.
You gotta find. There's some bearded golfer.
Don't be the limbo. You wear your football jersey. Like, I'm a Bill.
Oh, I hate that. I'm not going to do that.
You just tried to do it.
No,
as a golfer.
It's a green jacket.
It's kind of, fine.
I don't know.
Be an official. Right now, Taylor Lewan's wearing a bunch of different costumes, apparently. They showed him as an official. Be Gene Steratore for Halloween. That hat, even. Just wear that. It's pretty close.
It is like an official's hat.
It kind of is an official's hat.
It's a referee's hat.
Yeah, be Gene. Although, you want to be Gene, the broadcaster, more than you want to be Gene, the referee, I think. If we really want to be true to the show.
What are the best costumes for the show? That's another conversation, yeah. Taylor Lewan's dressed like one of the guys from Dodgeball. Is that what that is?
If I get a Mets hat.
average shows, yeah.
If I get a Mets hat, I go as Howard Simon.
Could do that.
Yeah.
Nate says I could pull off Bernhard Langer. I don't know about that.
Maybe.
Who has Bernhard Langer?
Kinda.
Who has an image of Bernhard Langer in their head?
I mean, I know what he looks like.
Isn't that more about the hat and like what you're going to wear?
You'd have to shave is part of the problem here.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Yeah.
I look nothing like Bernhard Langer.
No, you like in 20 years you might, 30 years you might.
You might look like an old guy. Nothing about me looks like Bernhard Langer.
I mean, I can't come up with a golfer right now off the top of my head that I like better for this.
What picture are you looking at of this man?
Bernhard
I look
Langer?
more like John Rahm than I look like Bernhard Langer.
No, that's not true. Adam Scott?
I'll just wear all tan.
Adam Scott. I think that's your guy.
People will think I'm a UPS driver.
What, if you go as Adam Scott?
Yeah. Just because that's what he looks like.
Right.
All right, enough.
Does Adam Scott look like a UPS driver?
Every week he does. What can Brown do for you? I'll tell you what he can do for Adam Scott. Keeps his golf game consistent, I guess. All right. Extendo Sports and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It only takes 30 minutes once a year to get a potentially life-saving screening.
All right. Tomorrow's Football Friday. Tonight, Sabres and Bruins. Tonight, Ravens and Dolphins from Miami.
And then tomorrow, you get the Jays back.
I've been saying for days that the Ravens had never lost 3 in a row with Harbaugh. That's wrong. They lost 4 in a row this year. Must be Harbaugh and Lamar together or something. Maybe Harbaugh and the starting quarterback.
Okay.
I don't know. They lost 4 in a row earlier this year. But they beat the Bears, and here comes Lamar.
Should we not be rooting for the Dolphins tonight?
Sure. Yeah.
Keep the Ravens out of it.
I mean, we bet the Ravens -7.5, but sure.
Okay, so non-parlay related rooting interests. Should we not be rooting for the Ravens to not catch Pittsburgh?
Definitely. Which team would you be more fearful of in the playoffs, even having seen the season that's happened so far? The Steelers have a horrendous defense.
Ravens by far.
Yeah.
So, I would rather not see the Ravens.
So if you want to root for Miami, I think that's totally fine.
I mean, not that I think it matters. I don't think Miami's going to do anything, but...
No.
Then the Ravens play at Minnesota and at Cleveland. So their next 3 games, all on the road, but they go Tua,
McCarthy,
and then Dylan Gabriel, and then they play the Jets, and then they play the Bengals. Like, when's the next time they play a good quarterback? They go Tua, McCarthy, Gabriel, Fields, or Tyrod, Flacco, Rodgers, Flacco. Here it is, Drake May. Week 16.
Might need that one.
Week 16, Ravens, Patriots.
Might need it from the Ravens. Might.
Yeah, they're going to come back and win that division. They don't play anybody.
Starts tonight. All right. We're back tomorrow for a Football Friday. Going to go work on a Halloween costume for the show and for the day.
Same.
I cannot, I don't know if I can bring myself to shave.
For a costume? Aren't there like those skin things you could put over your facial hair to make it look like you don't have a beard?
That is not worth it.
It's like a mask.
Because if I shave this ridiculous Jeff Goldblum Wizard of Oz pattern into my face, thin mustache and like flavor saver soul patch kind of situation, like then I have that just at the Bills game on Sunday. And then
go as Jeff Goldblum
for a week
for the Bills game on Sunday.
I did see another costume that's as easy as just like putting it on. I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right. We're back for Football Friday. Sabres are going to win tonight because it's so important. It's a must-win. Must. Paul agreed with me.
That it's a must-win and that they should start lying?
Well, he basically said if you're going to be a serious team, you can't lose to Boston twice. Boston's going to sell. They're supposed to be bad.
I would also say if you're a serious team, Lions should be in that tonight. If you're a serious team that wants to care only about winning and not anything else, there's no way Alex Lyon shouldn't be between the pipes.
803-0550. For the next show, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. Sal is, where are you, Sal?
Northtown Kia, 3900 Sheridan Drive in Amherst. Come on by. Guys, we got Paula's Donuts here. All right. Well, supplies last, but there's plenty of donuts. Come on by. And there's some Halloween-themed donuts and really cool. We have WGR merch. Stephanie is at the table. You can spin the wheel. You can grab some coffee mug, a bag, a shirt, some bunch of stuff here for WGR, of course. And, of course, great lineup of vehicles and cars at Northtown Kia. You can check out their showroom, I Am Here. And we're going to have a really fun show. Tracy Wolfson is going to join me at 10:30,
nice.
Guys. Tracy, she's calling the game with Jim Nance and Tony Romo. And then Thad Brown at 11, Paul at 11:30. So a lot going on down here. Come on down, say hi.
Very good. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show with Sal coming up here on WGR.